Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm sorry.
Peace to the
This
family. Peace
don't
to the
matter.
family.
I'm silent. Go ahead.
Okay, we live. So, peace to the family. Peace to the family. We are bringing you guys we're in good spirits. We're in good spirits. The energy is good, but we're bringing you a somber. This is a very serious discussion, or story, if you will. This may not be too much of a discussion. We're just listening, right? Um, so I want to introduce Kelsey and kind of just move out of her way. But this is what I do want to say. Queen's Throne, you are more than welcome to jump on the panel. Let me make sure I get the link to you. But I want everybody that is a moderator to be extra vigilant tonight. So just don't have a second thought. Time out anyone that even looks like they might need to be timed. Like if you even thinking about timing them out, just time them out. You know what I'm saying? And if it looks like that wasn't good enough, just clip their wings. Just block them. Get them out of here. Zero tolerance tonight. Um, with that being said,
Okay.
peace.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Doing good. Greetings, everyone. My name is Kelsey, and so I'm here to share a story. So
Take your time. You cool.
It's real life though.
okay. Y'all can hear me, right? I got.
We hear you,
Yep.
Kels.
Good. Okay.
That's
Cool.
fine.
I'm kind of like check.
Nice.
So let me see here. So I guess we can start how I've been kind of going with things here. So years ago, when I guess I'm gonna be 100 and completely honest. So when I was 14, my mom and we lived together. I was raised by a single parent mother. My mother had my mother was a dancer, like exotic dancer. She had uh, she was she brought home someone one day to meet me. Yes, and that person is Shaka. That person was Shaka. So um, Shaka was a bouncer at the club that my mom was working at.
Say his
And
government, please. Excuse me.
oh, Alex Ingram.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
I was thinking. Content. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So yeah, um, and they were together. Um, and she well they were I guess they were in love or whatever. I don't know. They were together for a while. Um, it's Alex Ingram, I think with an A. So we lived in Queens, Springfield Gardens / Jamaica, Queens in New York City. That's where I was going to school at. When I was going to school in Springfield Gardens, I was a freshman in high school. And I became best friends with Nikki, and she's with us. So Nikki and I became very, very close. Here she is, right here. Nikki and I became very close and partners in crime. I mean, we did a lot together.
Don't mention the stuff we did. Shut up. Sorry, I am not
Okay.
trying to cut your story short. Don't mention that.
Okay,
Okay,
wait a
so
minute. I just gotta interrupt because I was a little bit scared of Nikki. Now with that little bit of that little interruption about don't say what we was doing, just saying. If y'all need to know who watch that one, right? I'm just saying.
You want to hear something really funny? I'm actually not the crazy one in the friendship.
Mm.
Yeah. See, I'm
really not. I'm the
one of them
mellow
out
yellow
good.
one.
I'm not. But we
I'm
were
the mellow
teenagers.
yellow.
We were like, we were 14 and 15. So but anyway, we were just girls. I mean, I think we were like good. I think we were good girls. We were just kind of, you know, a little bit. We always wanted to have fun. We were just girls.
You were college girl, you was
High school.
high school, yeah. So
Yeah.
you was,
We were high school
high
freshman girls, just being girls. And then my mother was kind of doing her thing. She just kind of was seeing a lot of people. Like she had like multiple boyfriends, I guess. And she's also gay. My mother is bisexual, so I grew up with having like two sets of moms, not two sets, but like I grew up with like two moms. But sometimes a man would come around. Okay, oh, she's with this guy now, whatever. So it would just be a new part of my family of just two cats and a mom and me. So when Shaka came along, it was kind of like, oh, okay, so I guess this is a new one. So they yeah, there's a new one. So
That's not funny. I'm sorry.
There's a I'm trying to just flow with the timeline of just kind of events, as they happen, like from the very beginning to the end. I mean, my mother and I are originally from Austin, Texas. We are Texas natives, but she and I, we moved to New York City. Just she and I and two cats. So that was it. But whoever she would, have over, or whoever was there, was part of my life. So, and Shaka became a part of my life. He was the new addition to the family that we had of us. So, but my mother she was seeing other people also. There were times where I would go to school, come back home, and my mother would not be home. It's possible that she was at work. It's possible that she may have been seeing someone else. But when I was home, Shaka was there. And it was always kind of awkward for me because I didn't know him very well. He would just be kind of in the picture for just like a few weeks or a month, and then just would disappear, and then would just return and just be back for a while. I guess, they were on and off. So I guess we can suggest that they were on and off. He and my mother, Shaka and my mother. So the times that he was home alone after school kind of made me a little nervous. So I had like a routine. I'd come home, I'd get out of my school uniform, I'd make a snack, do my homework, watch cartoons, or play on I was a gamer. I was a gamer. I was in the computers, and this is what I did. I am like one of those kind of nerdy kind of, I would had projects to do, or I'd be like in my room, chilling with some tunes and on 5-way with my best friend Nikki and her boyfriend, and I even had a boyfriend at the time. I was seeing someone that was my age, and Nikki had a boyfriend too, and we were just kids, and we would hang out on the phones and just
we would prank phone call people.
We would do prank phone calls. We were just goofy. Like, we had a lot of energy. We were goofy, silly, and we just I always had like the time of my life, a blast always when I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm the only child, so like I want to remind you that like I had no brothers and sisters. It's just me, my mother, and two cats. Not very exciting. But when I went to school and I hung out with these New Yorkers, they had a I'm from Texas, so I wet behind the ears, naive. about everything, which can be, I guess when you're in a when you go from the South to like a big city, could be dangerous even if you're not too careful about making good judgments and character and meeting new people and being vulnerable, if you will. So anyway, so I come home, Shaka would be there, and I would be kind of just nervous. Like I couldn't do my normal routine. I would just go straight to my room and stay in there because I knew that he was home in my house, and my mom's at home. I'm like fuck, oh my God, like what the my mom's boyfriend's here. It's like, I'd be on the phone with Nikki, my mom's boyfriend's here, my mom's not home again. Like, and I'd just kind of stay out of his way. But, I'm not always going to be in my room forever. So I come out, I got 2 cats. I feed my cats. I'd have to make dinner sometimes. I'm doing this. I've always done this. Like, I grew up having to make dinner and all this stuff and take care of myself because my mother is an exhibitionist. She's not home. She's doing whatever she's doing. So I got to take care of myself. And it's always been that way for me growing up.
That's unfortunate.
So stranger danger, strange man in the house. That Shaka character is still here. But he would get my attention, like, hey, Kels, come here, I want to show you something. Or come here, have you seen this? Come here, I got this book I want to show you. You want to come check this out? I'm always hesitant, and when you're a girl, you kind of just, when you're comfortable, so it's going to get a little weird and awkward, you guys. So I'm just going to, if you feel uncomfortable, I do apologize, but this is just what,
Don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Yeah,
don't apologize. You're telling
when you're home alone and you're a girl and you have your routine, you're comfortable. You get comfortable. You're hanging out, there is no one else, just you. I remember, I don't know, like having to dress, the certain way. Like I was little. I've always been little. I'm like, even now I'm 5'5" and I only weigh like $110. I'm only like 110 pounds. I'm still petite. Like I'm still small and I'm slim. So, and it was even like as a teenager, I looked like even smaller, tiny. So, I don't know. I want to say I was dressed in like, when I'm dressed in my clothes, I'm comfortable, but I always kind of felt self-conscious walking around because I knew like Shaka would always kind of have his eyes on me. It would be kind of checking me out or something, or I knew that he was kind of watching me like around the house and things like that, which would always just make me uncomfortable. And I knew that, and I'm like, oh my God, why is he doing that? Like, it was kind of weird. And there was a time where he did call me over, and I would go and say, like, sit next to him, like, what's up? Do you want to show me something? Or he'd be like, yeah, do you want me to go get you some food or something? You want this or that? But I gotta show you something first real quick, have you seen this? And he'd show me things like these books, They Came Before Columbus, and things like these historical books. And I'm like, wow, they would really kind of, he catch me off guard because these things kind of like would trigger a curiosity for me, and they would seem interesting for me, so it would keep me around. So I would be I was kind of interested in the things, if you will. And then but that would mean that I would have to be with him or near him. And so there's that vulnerability there. And I it was kind of, it felt like a trap even, but I wasn't aware of that. And I'm just kind of like, okay. And after a while there, after days of just going by of this, and he would just have these moments where, I want to show you this, I want to show you, you just try to pull me out of my room, to show me things like, oh, look, yeah, there's this lecture I want to show you. Why don't you come in the living room and come here and come check this out? Or like, hey, have you finished reading that book? You want to come over here and come talk about it with me? Or just anything that would get me out of my bedroom, to keep me from having a life with my best friend and on the phone, having fun and things like that. So I would kind of be caught off guard or doing my homework or whatever. So I went and I would kind of participate. So that's what I did, and I was just kind of absorb information, and I have even to this day I still have kind of like a spongy kind of brain, and would just kind of take information as it comes, especially if I'm interested in it. So that's what's happened with that. So one time in particular where it just kind of it went from like, okay, let me reel you in. I would be in my room and I kind of would have the door open. I'd kind of, I guess, developed a little bit of a comfortability around this strange man in my house when my mom's not home doing who knows what. She put herself in school. She was working on her bachelor's, and she was also a part of different clubs in school. So this is probably another reason why she wasn't hardly ever home. She also didn't have a job. So I know that my mother had like friends that would just be a part of her life that would that would help her or assist us and things like that. But yeah, Shaka guy, he was just always there. I guess in my mind I was like, okay, maybe this is a stepdad. Okay, no, I don't know, I think my mom is seeing other people. Maybe he's like my babysitter. So I just kind of like, I guess, but they're also romantically involved. So it's kind of weird. So I'm like, okay. And but anyway, he wasn't upset that he was in my house while my mom was gone. Like he never would be upset about it. Like they would never argue even. It was like he was just happy to be in my house. You know what I mean? That I kind of was always a little protective over my mom too. And the roles were always kind of reversed, where I would have nights where I'm taking care of her. She'd come home drunk and bring home someone that she shouldn't bring. I remember kicking people out of our house. Sometimes, yeah, that was really weird. There was some instance with like a math professor, this Mr. Russell character. It was just really kind of weird, and that was really awkward. But yeah, I remember having to kick people out, but anyway, I have a young mom, so it's kind of like we're both young. So I guess I understand that. It's fine. She had me at a very, very young age. She was even a teenager herself. So it's just, I guess it comes with the territory of having a young mom. So you just have to deal with that, and then you just got to remember that if she's there for you, you got to be there for her, and you got to take care of her too. So I mean, but anyway, Shaka, the stranger danger in the house. The first, so it was just, it kind of started out him just wanting my attention, and to now, I was actually okay with keeping my door open to my bedroom after school. So when I was doing that, he would just kind of stand at the crack of the door, at a very awkward crack of the door, right by the hinges kind of crack, where you could still see in my room. My friends and I would hang out. We would have 3-way and 4-way and stuff like that. It would just be a group of us kids on the phone talking about stuff, laughing, kiki, chopping it up, and all that stuff. That we're just having fun. Shaka would be kind of eavesdropping, kind of. I would look back. I would see the outline of his shadow. It's just kind of like 6'2", 6'3", kind of just shadow, like just kind of. And I would just be like, just kind of looking back, like, oh, okay, weird. Maybe he just was hearing me cuss, or just like, maybe he's feeling parental, or like, I was like, shrugs, whatever. He ain't my daddy, so I'm just still gonna chop it up with my friends, and But he would just come around and do it again and again, and now he's just kind of feeling on himself, as I'm just kind of laying in bed, talking to my friends on the phone, laughing and having, he would just be kind of groping himself, kind of as if he
I wasn't laughing. I didn't think that was funny.
turned on or something. At this time, still, I'm 14, 15. And And it just kind of, and that at that moment, I knew that he was kind of acting on that. I'm checking you out now. He's letting it know that letting it be known that I'm turned on, I guess. I don't know, but I just kind of, that's what I was thinking. I knew something was wrong. I already knew something was wrong when he started kind of eyeing me or whatever, walking around my house. So I already kind of knew. But kind of just to move back a little bit, when they first started dating, Shaka and my mom, they were kind of, he would kind of, my mom would like have sex and stuff like that, just kind of like obnoxious, like not obnoxious about it, but like I kind of like would know, like, okay, like, all right, so we know, like, whatever. But I remember when I was like maybe 10, 11 or 12 years old, Shaka walked out of my mom's bedroom naked, completely naked. I would think I was like emptying something into the trash, and he like didn't even run or didn't even close the door. Like he just kind of walked naked, and I was just kind of, my jaw dropped. I was like, oh my gosh, it's a naked man in my house. Like, no fucking way. What the fuck is going on? Like, this is a naked man. Like, it's like he didn't even care that I was there. Like, do you not know that your girlfriend or whatever has a kid? Did someone did y'all not know that I was home or whatever?
Crazy.
Whatever. Just kind of when I was like in shock. That was the first time I ever saw a naked man. But anyway, so at that just kind of peeping Tom, back to the peeping Tom moments, I just kind of felt violated already at that moment. I already felt violated like when he was home, when he'd be home when she's not there. When it started out like that, I already felt scared. I felt just kind of uneasy, not safe, vulnerable. Yeah, it's just not a good place to be. Just uncomfortable. Just like it just felt weird. It's just like ugh. Like, and he's not, and he's ugly. Like it's not even that.
Well, and just you should never be made to feel that way in your own home or anywhere, but especially in your own home.
Just yeah. So after that, it was it kind of moved on to him coming into my room. So there was a moment that we actually walked into my room. I kind of looked at him, and I wasn't on the phone with my friends. So I had no one else. I wasn't talking to anyone else. So I was just kind of like in my room. I think I had like, I think I was like doing stuff, you know, like homework or something. But he just came into my room. I wasn't on the phone. So he knew I was in there and I wasn't doing anything. So he, oh man, he was nervous too. Like he would just be all twitchy and just weird, and I would be like, okay, you're being like just a fucking weirdo, you know. I'm gonna just jump to the moment where he first touched me like inappropriately. So at that time I was 15. He was like, my mother was asleep. She just came home and went like straight to bed. And I was like, okay, she must be extremely tired or something. I mean, she does a lot. So, when Shaka was home, also he was in the living room, and it was like he would just give you these kind of like assignment type things, as y'all know, like he was like, you know, he so I already knew days in advance that he wanted to present something to me that has something to do with just kind of you know, something that was Black conscious, like related. You know, there was a movie he wanted to show me. It wasn't a lecture. It was like a sci-fi kind of thing. He's like, you know, and it was late at night. All the lights were off. All the lights were off. He was sitting on the couch, and he said, "Kels, come here. Are you ready to watch this movie with me?" I said, yeah, I know you've been wanting to show this to me for a while, so yeah, sure, I guess. I love sci-fi, you know, I'm a nerdy kid and stuff like that. So it's like he just knew the right things to show me, to get me interested. I'm a huge sci-fi fan, of course. I mean, I'm into gaming. It was like it was like kind of planned and thought out. So like you know, but anyway, it was a really, I mean, I was interested in the things, so it didn't help, right? So, like, okay, so I sat down on the couch in complete darkness. He puts this, he puts the movie in the VHS, and so I was sitting on one end of the couch, closest to the TV. I'm supposed to wear glasses. I always kind of sit close, but anyway, I was kind of sitting close to the TV. Shaka was on the other end, on the back side of the couch, like on the other side of it. So we were on the same couch. I was on one end, he was on the other end. He started kind of getting a few minutes into the thing. The movie was it was about like Black people, and it was about like some aliens, and I forget the name of the movie, but I was into it, and it was yeah. So I was into it, but he kind of like laid down and got comfortable, and he, you know, he's got long limbs. I don't know. I just kind of like curled up, you know, just kind of moving out of his way, but he would just kind of extend his legs because he had his head on the other end, and then his feet would just kind of be trying to reach towards me, you know, just kind of trying to touch me with his feet. And he ended up finally, I can't curl up or move away from him to give him enough space, but his feet would be like underneath me, like by my butt, like trying to, you know, and he would just kind of like you know, trying to like grope me with his feet or whatever. And I knew at that moment that I was nervous, scared, shaking. I still get those same kind of weird shakes. Like it's just weird. And I was at that moment I knew that he was comfortable to cross that line and actually like touch me in a sexual, like in that kind of way. It would just like, it would just go further and further and further. It was like, how low can you go, kind of like limbo style, like, you know, it just kind of went from I'm checking you out to I'm a peeping Tom to I'm touching you and I'm touching you like with my feet, but like I'm touching you and I'm, you know, and I don't know these dings, but
Sorry, that's just my text messages. It's on my computer.
Oh, okay. So I'm just kind of at that.
Somebody's popular.
No, well, I guess I got 10. I have 10 children, so.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that's
Wow.
my baby's tip. Yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, my grandma is like one of 12.
Yeah.
My grandma's one of 12.
So it could seem like I'm popular, but no, they just hit me up like, Dad, you know.
Hey, Enki, could you add Kahoosh again? Because I think they got kicked, by the way.
Bam.
I don't know. I don't know if this is getting like real weird, but
No. This
is gonna get real weird real fast because it's like, but anyway, and he was also just as kind of like nervous and shaky as I was in a weird way. Like it was so weird. He was just as nervous and shaky, like just kind of as I was, but he just kind of had, when I looked into his eyes as he was doing it, he was just like he was like just like a grown man turned on. I was like, oh my God. I felt like, oh my gosh, like this is happening. Like this is really happening. Like he's really touching me. Oh my God. Like I couldn't believe it. I was in a state of shock. And then he just kind of signaled me to come here, like with his hands, like just with his one hand, just like come here. Like so I don't know what came over me at that moment, but this is where it gets fucked up. Because at this point, I'm doing exactly what he wants me to do. I don't know why. I don't know how, but I'm doing exactly what this man wants me to do. He's, at that time, he must be at least 36. I was 15 or something like that. I was 15. I was 14 or 15. But I was doing exactly what that man wanted me to do. I was, when Shaka wanted me to come, I went to him. And I crawled on top of that man and he was kissing me all over my face. And I just was kind of grossed out by that because he was never attractive to me. But even then I still can't kiss anybody like without feeling grossed out, like, oh, because, you know, I just grossed out by it. I don't know if it's because of like teeth, you know, being fucked up or stink breath. I don't know. I was grossed out. But I still did what that man told me to do because, well, in a way, he was the stepdad, the babysitter, the authoritative parental figure in the house. So I had to, you know, I did what he told me to do. You know, if he wanted me to crawl on top of him, I don't know. I was scared, nervous, shaky, but I did that. I don't know why, but I did that. I know there's a lot of other kids out there that, you know, like Nikki, that just kind of, you know, that are stand up. But there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know.
Shit, I'll say it. Nigga's a child molester. He's a predator. Ain't nobody fucking scared of that Negro. That's disgusting. He's been disgusting. Like, you ain't got to say it. I'll say it for the both of us. Fuck Shaka.
Yeah, and to be clear, like, you are obviously absolutely not for doing what you need to do in a traumatic moment to survive. Like, there's a lot of different responses to trauma, and one of them being fawn, which is exactly what it sounds like you're describing. And as someone who's done research about sexual violences in all of the forms, but also as a lifelong sexual violence survivor, I know what it's like to be in a position like that. So you don't need to defend yourself. You were a child. You're not responsible for what he's done. Point blank.
I've been telling her that for years. That's
so
years
weird
and years
because
that you're not responsible for that.
I felt fucked up because I thought that I was wrong. I'm in the wrong for doing what he told me to do.
You're absolutely not, though.
No, you're not in the wrong.
Yeah, but it's like anything becomes normal in repetition, and you were a child. Like you only know what you know. But I know exactly what you mean.
Wow, all this time I didn't know. I'd never heard that before from that perspective. Wow. So I thought I was, supposed to take accountability or whatever, because I thought that was. But okay, that's it. Wow, that I never saw it from that perspective. Wow. But
And that's, Kelsey, kind of why we have Bernadette here. That way, she can help coach you through
wow.
a lot of things pertaining to the traumatic experience you went through. Just to kind of help you to get through telling your story. So that's kind of like why I brought her up, because she is like an expert in this. So yeah, but didn't want to interrupt you. Want you to keep telling your story, and we're fully supporting you, and we're here for you. Just breathe, take your time, and we're here.
Okay. Wow. So I guess moving on, there wasn't, I think this kind of came from, I don't know. I don't know the logic behind why he was doing what he was doing, but I used to always think maybe I shouldn't be wearing shorts around the house, or maybe I should cover up, put some pants on. I used to do that a lot when he was home. Because I wasn't doing that when I was home alone. My mom was hardly ever home. I didn't care. I loved it because I had my cats. My cats were like my siblings. I know this is weird, but whatever. I'm a animal lover.
It's not weird.
Humanitarian, because those cats were my siblings. So. If anything happened to Sissy or Blackjack, it was, I protected them, you were going to have a problem. You were fucking with my cats, But, yeah, the cat, I don't even think Sissy like one of my cats didn't even like Shaka, like she did not like him. But, yeah, they long since passed away, and I was very sad about that. But just kind of moving on, fast forward from that night. I kind of blacked. I think I blacked out after that. I don't think I remember what happened after that. I don't think that full blown sex happened. I don't think so.
You don't remember what happened?
It's kind of black. It was a kind of blackout. Like,
that's also normal, by the way.
I don't remember what happened.
That is normal. That's very normal. But
is that?
I remember what happened.
Yeah, it's not every time, but it commonly can happen.
I don't remember what happened after that. I know he had all the lights turned off. I know the movie was playing that he wanted to show me, but like, I remember the moment that he touched me right then. I remember that, and I remember that because usually I'm good at remembering traumatic events only, unfortunately. And then all I remember after that was when he signaled me to come to crawl on top of him. I remember him like trying to kiss me all over my face and my mouth and stuff, and I remember feeling disgusted, but I completely blacked out after that. I do not remember what happened. I don't think sex happened. I don't think so. But I think it was just, I don't know. I'm not even gonna assume. I'm not even gonna assume. But I guess moving on from that, I think that it just kind of went downhill from there. Because the next event after that I remember was the sex. I remember that. I remember my mother was asleep in the front in the living room at that time. It was early in the morning. And I was kind of like, he woke me up out of my sleep. Must have been the weekend. I was knocked out. He woke me up. I was 15, getting good sleep, and I was just like, what? And then he was on top of me. I was 15, and he forced himself right. And that happened. I did not want that to happen. I didn't fight him though, you know. And I thought that was weird too, because I was like, this is someone that is an adult. This is someone that I'm supposed to look up to, I think, or this is someone that I'm supposed to trust. This is, you know. So I just kind of like, you know, it happened. I've also been a victim before. I think I was raped as an infant or as a toddler before, but we don't know who did it. And my mom just kind of would leave me in random places for people to take care of me. And I do remember as a toddler being at the hospital, and I just kind of like peed, and the doctor just injected something down there with a big needle. And when I was older, I think my grandma told me that it was an STD, and I was a toddler. I was a toddler when that happened. And I like just kind of, I remember laying down, and I remember nurses and doctors, and there was like a stream of pee, and like, because I remember screaming and crying and just peed, and then a needle being stuck in me. It was so weird. But right when
I just want to say something real quick, sis, and just let you keep going. But I just want to reassure you that no matter what happened when you was a child, you do know that still doesn't give anybody any sort of leeway, or that still doesn't okay anybody to violate any part of your personal space later on. Just
I co-sign that for sure. And like I said, it's a normal trauma response to do what you need to do to survive the moment. Like I said, one of the main responses, other than fight or flight, which get a more airtime, is fawning, and that is, you know, basically doing what you need to do to survive, which is oftentimes laying there.
That makes sense, because if I didn't do what Shaka would tell me, if I didn't do what he told me to do, was he going to?
Yeah, who knows?
You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. If I didn't do what he told me to do, he's a big, you know, man. You know. Exactly. I don't know. I do know, he knows that that my mother would give me like whoopings and shit like that. I mean, he knows that, but like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. I can't explain it. But yeah, so that happened. And I had my period for the first time after that. I remember that. I remember that. And he was scared. I remember him being very scared and nervous after that time, when he would tell me to shh, your mom is asleep in the living room. I remember that. He was like, shh, your mom is asleep. You remember? Like, I remember him saying that. Like, he wanted me to be quiet. So I don't understand how she didn't hear all of that happening, because I don't, in some strange way, I think that, I don't know if my mom was kind of offering, like, in some weird way, me up to him, because I didn't think that he had, in some way, as a kid, like at that time, I thought that he was homeless. you know,
Mm.
living with us because he had nowhere else to
So
live.
when you say offering yourself up to him like a sacrifice, a sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, like kind of like that. Or like, you know, in some cultures in India, kind of like giving your child up for marriage, not for marriage, but you know, maybe something like that. Like, is she
Yeah.
giving me? I just kind of felt betrayed because I thought it was
Same.
me and her, you
Mhm.
know, me and her like against the world or something. I thought it was just like me and her. But I guess not. I guess it wasn't. But yeah, so I remember one time my mother kind of called me over to her. She said, "Kels, come here." I said, "Yeah." She said, does Shaka touch you?" And this was way long after everything had happened. I was so terrified and so scared that I told her no. And that was the first and the last time she ever asked me if Shaka was ever touching me. She said, does Shaka touch you? That was the first and the last time she ever asked me, and I told her no.
Do you by any chance remember how old you were when that happened?
It had to be, I think I was 15 still, because a lot happened this year. I mean, in that year. So as of right now, I'm 32, and so yeah, that whole year, it just kind of happened. It just kind of progressed so quickly. 14 and 15, it just kind of like it just happened. 15 is when it all kind of was hardcore. Like peeping Tom was hardcore. Him checking me out, to me, that was hardcore. But then it just kind of progressed. It just kind of moved on to like he was just kind of pushing the boundary every single time, like to go further and further. But I think after my mom asked me that, I just kind of felt put on the spot. I felt scared because if I would have told her yes, I felt kind of in a way that I would be in trouble. It was so weird. Like I'd be I would be in trouble if I would have told her yes, because I thought that it was my fault that he was doing this to me. It's weird. So weird. I don't know why. I just feel like if I would have been like, yeah, then she would be upset. My mother would be upset. I don't know why. It's so weird. Because it also was the way that she asked me that just kind of had a tone to it that was kind of like, the Shaka touch you, like that. The Shaka touch you, like something like that. But this is how my mom normally talks like that. She's from you know, she's, I don't know. But moving on though from that, after that moment, Shaka was always just nervous and scared that I might say something or that I might be pregnant. So at 15, after the sex, we were waiting for my period to come, and it did come. And he was so scared. He was so scared. He would just kind of like, it was so weird because I'd be like sitting on the toilet or something, and then he would just be like watching and just kind of like, just kind of looking down on, like, you know, all wide eyed and weird. He would just be like, "Your period come yet?" Like, it was so weird. It was so weird.
So sick.
Well, and just to be really quick too, like it's not weird that you would have responded that way to your mom. Like, to be honest, more people than not they don't come forward because of fear of retaliation. And other than that, a belief that police wouldn't or couldn't do anything to help them. A belief that it's a personal matter or that their case isn't important enough to report. You know, there's so many different reasons why people don't come forward. So please don't guilt yourself about that.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like a little bit of a weight lifted, because I'd never thought of it like that. I thought that I was the one that was going to get in trouble because Shaka was you know, he was doing what he was doing. So after that, he would there would be more sex involved. There would be more sex involved. So Shaka's mother was living in the condo in Harlem, and he would take me. He was living with her. So if he wasn't with her, I just kind of was like, oh, okay, so he lives with us because I guess he didn't want to live with his mom. So he just kind of lived with me and my mom. Weird. But anyway, he would, I might have to take a break or something, but,
You okay?
yeah, I'm good.
Take the time that you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nikki, do you want to interject and kind of just ask, just speak on the audio or ask Nikki questions or anything, just so she can kind of take a break?
Yeah. Take 5, you want
I'm
to take
here.
10, you want to shut the show down and do another show, like whatever you think of, that's what it is. Just so that you know, that's what the plan is. Whatever you come up with, that's how we're doing this. So if you need a break, that's what it is. If you need more than a break, that is also what it is. We can stop whenever you know, as you wish. Honestly, I don't really have much commentary except to say that this is definitely for the people that are watching. I don't know what you guys may think, but we didn't discuss this prior to, like, we discussed doing this interview, but we didn't discuss the content. So I don't want you people to think that I listened to this story from Sister in advance, and you know, I heard the graphic, the full detail. It's very tough to listen to it. I'm gonna be honest. The thing that is the toughest for me to listen to is that it almost seems like Sister believes that in some of these instances she's somehow at fault or in any sort of way, you know, like there's this, like you have 0, 0, less than 0. You know, there's no, you know, just so you should be clear on that. No matter what you exposed to, none of that opens you up to make, you know, to allow anybody to violate you in any way.
Just to interject just for a moment, and as I said before, I'm the silent commentator. I don't really have much to say. This is not my story to tell. He was extremely manipulative when this situation was going on. I mean, to the point where I don't think either one of us would have recognized, especially not her, the person, you know, beautiful Kelsey. I don't even think she would have recognized that this is something that is so malicious, so evil, so disgusting. I don't think either one of us recognized how disgusting this was at the time that it was going on. No, because he was so manipulative. He definitely made it seem like it was like, oh, this is just, he's one of the friends. He's one of our friends.
Oh my God, Nikki, yo, remember when we had that big PTA meeting and then he came in and stood in as my dad for the PTA night?
Yes.
Yo,
like
okay.
I said, I'm not going to say anything that I remember. I'm not going to say anything that I remember.
It's some, hey, guys, there's some interruption in the background. I don't know where it's coming from, but it's hard to hear.
It's probably me. Let me check on it, and I'm gonna join back in a second.
Thanks.
It's probably me. I'll be right back.
Wow, Nikki just kind of reminded me of a moment where Nikki plays a big part in this. And it's only fair that I, you know, because there's a lot of dynamics here. I'm still in school. I'm in high school as this is happening. So when I'm going back to school the next day after the peeping Tom moment, or after the time where he the first sex, like that first time, and that I think I lost my virginity at time too, because I had a period that started too that same year.
Oh my God.
Because that was my first time too, and I had a boyfriend, and my boyfriend broke up with me when he realized that I was no longer a virgin also, and I was very, very sad about that, because we were boyfriend and girlfriend since 6th grade, and like here we are 9th grade, you know, and freshman in high school now, you know, we thought we were cool, you know, and he had dreams of making it to the big leagues, Byron White, and he wanted to be a professional baseball player, and he was like, Kelsey, when I get older, I want, like, it's gonna be me and you, and I got you. And I was like, for real, Byron? He was like, yeah. And I'm like, he's like, all right. It was so cute. I remember, like, we known each other for years. He was like the class clown. You know, he had like this big mouth. He was like the class clown. And yeah, I loved him. But when he realized that I was no longer a virgin, he broke up with me. And I guess he felt betrayed. I didn't tell him what was going on with me because I was scared. And he never, years would go by, I'd kind of reach out, Byron, you know, and he would like completely ignore me as if I didn't even exist. It like just kind of, it really hurt me. But I think he tried, but I think we even tried, but I think it all just kind of just disappeared or whatever. But
and Bernadette, do you want to interject on that part? Because I can kind of sense Kelsey's energy. She's having a hard time on this particular part of telling her story.
Yeah, I definitely. So there's a couple of things, and this really I wanted to say really quickly, but it would require a much larger conversation. So something that's really important to note, that of course isn't speaking to this specific situation, but more of like a larger idea, is that concepts of virginity are socially constructed. So like there isn't actually, like, virginity is something that's made up. However, because of society and reproducing an idea that someone that is female is changed when they have intercourse, it has consequences. And of course, like, there's also another complicated dynamic of someone being sexually violated who shouldn't have been, obviously, because no one should be, and they're a child. But then society telling them, because of whether it's some sort of institutional idea of valuing women as objects or rather than subjects of their own sexual expression. Like, these are all things that I'm thinking out when I'm hearing about this. And it's something that, like, I feel like many of us have been raised in. And again, is something that's normal in repetition. So, like, I was raised Catholic, right? And I think many people were raised like some form of Christian. So I was told growing up, as many were, that like our sense of value is dependent upon whether or not we have sex, and particularly we're being told our whole lives that we must be virgins. But this is something, again, that having sex, having particularly heterosexual intercourse, doesn't actually change someone. However, we're told our whole lives that this is something that either makes or breaks who we are and if we are valuable, and that is a lie. So I wanted to just say that first and foremost. And I'm really sorry, Kelsey, that of course these complicated dynamics have played out in the way that they have, because again, just like how we've said, you are not at fault here. There's absolutely nothing. Like, you did everything that you needed to do to survive, and that's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Wow. I just feel like I'm more comfortable to move on because I like when things make sense. So I really do, because there's a lot of just it's just a lot of like a mess of things kind of in my mind, trying to make things make sense for myself and trying to rationalize certain behaviors. I can't, so I have to make things make sense for myself. But the way that I'm trying to make things make sense, it doesn't work in my favor. I don't know. I'm still kind of not well about things. But I like to tell people that I have my own self-coping mechanism, if that makes sense, so that I can function and do the, be a, normal, my normal self. I remember I remember being in school, and then like I remember after like the things that would happen, like he would be a peeping Tom, just kind of, I could see him like filling on himself and stuff. I would go back to school and then like, and tell Nikki, I'd be like, hey, I'd be like, hey, this is happening at home and stuff like that. And I just kind of like, even though I would lose my boyfriend, I still felt this is going to get fucked up again. I still felt like I had, it's not that I was, it's like, it's kind of, look guys, I'm having sex, or this is happening, like, y'all. And Nikki would be like, I think all of us were none of us were having sex, not yet, but like when I came back to report what was going on with me in my life at home, like, hey y'all, guess what, this is going on, sex and this and that and that, my mom's boyfriend and this and that, they would just be like the other girls would be shocked and stunned. I could see the shock and stun on their face, and I would just kind of be like, yep, this is what's going on. And I remember just kind of, I don't know, I just felt like, does this put me ahead of the girls, or things are moving a little bit faster for me than them, or
but
I'm having periods, like it was weird.
Not to cut you off, but like I remember when we were kids and we would talk about certain things, and even when Shaka would interject with conversations that we would have, this is why I say he's so manipulative. He would present himself as if he was the same fucking age as us. You get what I'm saying? He made it seem like
he would act like a teenager too. Like his energy would just kind of be like us. Like,
that's why we didn't look at him as the predator that he is, because he would present himself like, oh, I'm not in high school.
In a way, it was like in a way I had like a boyfriend.
Yeah.
It was like you and your mom share a boyfriend. Yep. So the other girls at school would be like, oh my gosh, she's having sex. And like she's doing this and they're doing that. And Nikki would just kind of like, to fit in, she would tell me stories, but it wasn't until later when we were adults that she told me she was lying.
You ain't got it front. You can tell the truth. I straight up lied.
She told me
I was having sex and I was not having sex.
But her stories would be like novels. It would be romanticized. And she would tell me, oh my gosh, this boy, he climbed up a ladder. He climbed up the side of the house and climbed through the window, and I got all ready for him. I got my I got a wax down there in the shape of a flower to make it beautiful for him. I said, Nikki, She was like, yeah, I'm having sex too. Like, I'm doing it too, bitch. I was like, okay, you too. Okay, all right. So we both having sex now, I guess. I don't know. Not really knowing that, no, we're both not having sex. Nikki, you're lying to because we were best friends, because we were supposed to be on the same page. It was us girls, and I was not having sex. I was getting raped.
Yeah.
True.
It was nothing cool. It was he ha ha back then, and I remember the giggles and I remember all the fun. But
I remember
reality, you know.
I remember when we first had the conversation, coming to the realization that, yo, you were molested. Like, you were in your 20s, we were both in our 20s, and we were
Yeah.
talking, and we was just
Mhm.
like, hey, you know that wasn't supposed to happen, right?
Yep.
You get what I'm
No,
saying? Like,
yeah,
that wasn't
yeah,
supposed to happen. Like,
absolutely.
that was
When we
not supposed to
became
happen.
adults,
Yes.
it actually, right. That's you know, we knew that it was wrong, but not until we were adults. So there's a whole lot that happened as time goes on. So the big PTA meeting.
Right now, just talking about what you talked about just alone. I'm so proud of you right now. You have no
Yes.
idea. Like,
Yeah, this
I'm
is a big
so
deal.
fucking proud of you right now. This
I
is
never
why we're
thought that
best
anybody
friends.
would even care. I
And
never
And
thought
that's
that
kind of, and that's why I wanted to do this platform along with Bernadette, who is an awesome co-op with me, and working with my nonprofit. And she's just awesome in bringing attention to these kind of situations that happen to Black women and Black little girls, to let them know that they do matter. Your voice matters. We hear you. We see you. You are seen. You are not unheard, and we stand with you. So that's why we wanted to do this today, to let you know that you are important, Kelsey, and we see you and we acknowledge you.
Well, and to be clear too, like another really integral part of understanding what's happening here, and because I think we're basically the same age. Like, I'm 31 years old, so I know what it's like to be raised in a time where we have practically no sex education formally. We're being shamed at every turn about sexuality, and then not being told anything about it or our bodies deliberately. And it has so many effects. But then at the same time, media and everyday conversation are sexually oversaturating us. So like, we're told that like having sex, especially as a teen, is like a milestone, right? We're going through puberty, we're going through changes, and all of these things at the same time are like, just it's a disaster. Like, it's anyone that was raised in that time period, it's like we didn't stand a chance. Like, especially with the emergence of the internet, like there's so many things that were happening when we were growing up, particularly, that had never happened before. And of course these issues have existed before that, but yeah, I wanted to say that just so that you could, you know, get a little bit more solidarity in that, because you're definitely not alone.
I just want to say, well, let me turn the camera back off. I just want to say one thing, Kels. I am, you already know how I'm so proud of you right now. On so many fucking levels. I'm so proud of you right now for feeling comfortable enough to be vulnerable. Me and you have had decades worth of conversation. I can't believe I could say decades now. Me and you have had decades worth of conversations about this, and the fact that you are standing strong in your truth, you already know this is something I have wanted you to pursue for so long, because this has affected you in so many different ways. You know, me and you, we know each other on such a deeper level, and just knowing that that you are being vulnerable right now, and I've been telling you, people want to hear your story. This is not, it is your story, but there are so many other young ladies that this has probably happened to, or could have happened to, that can hear you and see the fact that you survived it. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not a victim, you are a survivor. Just based off of the things that I know you have accomplished throughout these years, the things you're doing right now, you're such a beautiful soul. Like, I'm so proud of you right now. I literally would fly to Texas and like kiss your face. I'm so proud of you right now.
I just want to add this in too, from a perspective that and I'm not saying this in any kind of way to imply anything, or say it could have prevented or helped, or just in any way. I'm just saying, guys, when you make these babies, man, please. That's all. I'm just, guys, when you make these babies, man, please. That's
But
all.
what do you mean, like, make the babies? What do you mean?
Make the baby.
Protect them. Protect them. Don't leave
Yes.
if you have a kid and you know, don't leave them vulnerable by
Yes.
themselves. So
hell,
strange
me-
men can take
we have
advantage of
had
them, rape them.
we have had these conversations thousands of times. We just had this conversation 2 days ago
Yeah.
about me and you having kids together. We already know that not to repeat the same mistakes that has happened to us when we were younger, because we were able to see it and actually learn from it. And now that we've learned from it, do better. You get what I'm saying? So it's not
Yeah.
like we 100% know. And allowing us to be a part of this whole entire conversation is definitely going to be a transitioning moment mentally, physically, spiritually, for all of us to be like, you know what? This was a step in a direction to solidify that this shit is not going to happen again. It's
Right.
definitely
this
not going
is
to happen
why
again. We're definitely paying attention.
This is why in the Black community it's very important that we bring advocacy to the Black community for Black women to be able to spot out predators in the Black community who are pedophiles. This is not a big topic that is highly touched on in the Black community. A lot of Black women do not have the understanding to be able to spot pedophiles or predators in the Black community, preferably when they're dating men of their preference. And so this is what we do. This is what me and Bernadette do. We bring attention on how to spot pedophiles in the Black community because they hardly ever teach on this. This is the untouched topic. So we do educate on it. So yeah.
Yeah. Black boys, black girls, just children in general. All children need um to not be vulnerable and out there by themselves
But
with
babe,
strange, you know, people,
babe,
adults
one
that
thing,
right.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but one thing that I've been trying so hard to get you to just realize since we were like younger, this we did not, first of all, we grew up in the era where they still had dial up.
Oh
You get
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
this was
So it's not like a lot of
Mhm.
things that were presented to us at our age, we were not aware of now. Now we're growing up in a culture where if you say certain things against someone, you could end up getting a charge. You get what even if you say something wrong. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like now that things are more, politically correct when it comes down to certain stuff, we can make the right decisions and whatnot. And you can not saying that you can no longer. Now that we are aware and now that we are talking about it, hun, this is not your fault. This is not your fucking fault. This is not your fault that we didn't take the time to try to address them when we were younger. We didn't know any better. This full-on adult, this full-grown man took complete advantage of the fact that they don't know better. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing because at 38, we're fucking I'm 13, you're 14. He had a full-on life before we even were created, before we were
Mm,
yeah,
even thought of,
yeah.
before we were even shot out of as sperm cells. We were not like this man had a full adult life. He knew what he was doing. So don't you can never, and I've been telling you this for years, babe, you can never blame yourself for him being a manipulative, pedophile, sadistic asshole. You cannot blame yourself for that because this was a grown man who was fully aware of what he was doing and what he was capable of way before we even had the chance to understand what sex was, but way before we even had the chance to understand what molestation was. You get what I'm saying? Like when we would talk about the fact that, eventually, we got older and I was like, girl, I was lying. I was a virgin. You get what I'm saying? I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. When we got older and realized what was going on, now we can look back on it and be like, oh my God, that should have never been happening. But once again, once we got older, he was already older when he was doing that. So he was manipulating the whole situation. Even that time when he took us out for drinks, we're sitting here thinking,
That
oh, we're not supposed
that
to be drinking.
was
He's taking
yeah.
us out for drinks.
Well,
Oh
see,
my God, we're adults.
you because you already knew what was going on at home with Shaka when I and he was bouncing Sunday nights at the Belmont Lounge in Manhattan. So he would bring me in, you know, to see what he does for work. He would be like, "Hey, Kelsey, you wanna come with me downtown to the Belmont?" I bounced there certain nights, and you know, just wanted to know if you wanted to come and hang out and meet the people I work with. I say, "Yeah, sure, yeah." So I would get all dressed up, and then it was reggae nights at the Belmont Lounge. So I would go to the Belmont Lounge. And I'd be, wow, you know, it was like it was it was a sight to see. It was very it was a club. It was a poppin' reggae night club.
Is there
Dance. Yeah.
is there ever a point? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Is there ever a point while this relationship is going on with you and Shaka while you're a teenager that your mom is aware of the sexual nature?
I think, I don't know, but like she it was a lot had happened in between. So um there was a big PTA night, you know, back, back to the school days. He stood in as like my father and my mom came in. So I thought that was just really weird. And I remember he met all the teachers that we had from every period, you know, the math, the science one, the art.
Yeah, Miss Abby
You know
tried
what's
to talk to
strange? You know what's strange? Yeah, Miss Abby, the art teacher, was trying to hit on Shaka. So my mom and Shaka showed up together as my parents. Miss Abby, the next day, came up to me and said, "Hey, is Shaka single?" I said, "Miss Abby, I don't know." I was just, I was like, I didn't even want to tell her what was going on, but in a weird way, I don't know. It was just weird. It was just really
But
strange.
Kels, but Kels, one thing
I
So
think
bizarre.
and I hate to interrupt you guys, but I think Dr. Inky was asking,
Oh,
is your mom in supportive of
I
you,
don't.
of what he's done to you? Am I right, Dr. Inky?
Kelsey, can I answer this? Are you comfortable with me
If that's
answering
what
this?
it is.
You can share your thoughts, but I don't. I honestly don't know.
Kelsey,
The
based
question
off
could be
of the
approached.
conversation that we
Yeah.
have had,
Okay.
Kels, based off of the conversations that we have had and things that me and you have both experienced, are you comfortable with me answering this?
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Her
comfortable with that.
mother is not supportive at all. Nicole, that woman is not supportive at all.
I remember one strange day.
And when her mother became aware of it, her mother is a sadistic person. And when her mother became aware of it, her mother was not supportive at all. If anything, her mother
And that's
You don't have
sad.
to, Nikki.
That's
You don't even have to
sad.
go there.
woman in the face.
That's sad.
Like,
It's
this
okay.
is why I'm not on camera, because this even makes me emotional. Kels, you already know. You already know, but
Yeah.
no, her mother was when her mother did become aware, her mother was not supportive. Her mother did not try to do anything to try to make the situation a better situation for Kelsey, even till this day. And when I say till this day, I'm talking about less than a year ago. Her mother has still not been supportive. So no.
There was a
And
lot
if
that
your
had
mother
happened
is tuning in on this chime,
after that.
you can still catch these hands, miss whatever you. Never mind. I'm sorry. This ain't about me.
It is what it is.
So after time went on, it was that was the weird PTA night that Miss Abby was trying to holler at Shaka, who stood in as my dad. I mean my stepfather.
That was so weird.
That was just
I
really
remember
weird.
being in the hallway, and you were like, "Shaka's here," and he's like pretending to be my dad. I was like, "That is fucking weird," especially when you just told me happened last week.
Okay, now just for clarity, you and Shaka are engaged in the actual sexual behavior at the time that he comes
Yes.
to the PTA.
Yeah. All of that had already happened. The sex, the peeping Tom, and the
that was
touching
so
and feeling and kissing all over my all of that.
So just so that you know, and just so that you know, I'm turning off my screen not because I'm I'm letting your hand go for 1 second. I'm holding your hand as you tell your story this whole time. You know, but it's just really difficult. Some of this is for me to you know, it's difficult. As difficult as it is for you guys to work through, it's difficult for some of us to listen to. And I definitely want to, even before we get to the end, I just want to just praise you for your strength and being able to come out and to open yourself up to the world in this kind of way. And
I don't mind. It's happened. I've talked about it so many times with friends, just people close to me. Sometimes when I'm in a relationship with someone, I kind of talk about it a little bit. But I just didn't think that. I just thought it was like something that that would be buried eventually. No one would even care.
But
or
babe,
anything like
look
that.
how much, like, my love, look how much you have grown from this situation. Like throughout all the years and throughout all the turmoil, and
there's a lot of damage here. The damage has been done. The damage.
You are not damaged. You are not damaged. You are literally a rose that grew from concrete. Fuck all the shit that's happened, all the negativity that came from your moms, the negativity that came from Shaka. Your moms can still catch these hands. You already know, like, you are literally a beautiful rose that grew from concrete. Yes, these things have happened. Yes, you have had your hardships in life, but the fact that you have the fact that you were able to survive this situation and to thrive the way that you are thriving right now, and I already know the personal goals that you have achieved. You get what I'm saying? And like I said, you're only touching the tip of the iceberg where you're talking about this situation. This situation, and the fact that
we're not even it's not done and over yet. It's not, and it's
even.
I mean, it started.
This is maybe just the milk to the cake. You still got to get the batter and the rest
there's
of it.
still there's still more.
I mean, this happened to her for years. This isn't
going
just
and
like
going and
14
going,
and 15.
This
it
is
was
when
like
it started
years.
at 14, and it just kept going and going and going. So after the strange PTA night, I think I left that high school because my mother had a stalker. So and it wasn't Shaka, it was someone else, and his name was Rick, and he burned my mother's BMW down. My mother is kind of like what I thought would be considered like a femme fatale. She kind of lures these guys in. She does, she manipulates them. But my mom was like, Kelsey, you want to move back to Texas? I said, yeah. And I think that was at the first time I realized that I could get out. I can get the fuck out of here. At the end of the year, Nikki, I don't know if you remember this, but like I got real weird and quiet. I remember being kind of like outgoing, but and that was like sometimes and I isolated myself from all my friends, and I isolated myself. I even just like started having a different lunch. I started sitting by myself. Then I felt like an imposter. I felt like an outsider because Shaka was starting to get in my case and starting to give me lectures that he cannot go to prison. He would look me in my eyes. This was in the first time he had ever talked to me like, if you say something, you're going to get in trouble kind of thing. He was real stern and hard on me that if I say something to someone, he's going to go to prison and I can't say nothing. And and then that time, and I remember going back to school, I wasn't I don't know if Nikki, you remember this, but I wasn't telling jokes and I wasn't like laughing anymore. And I was just kind of being it was just, I felt like an outcast, and I was getting depressed. This is when I was starting to get depressed. And when my mom had that stalker guy do what he did, she asked me if I wanted to move back to Texas. I said, yeah, I'm ready. I'll go. And plus my grandmother missed me. So I left. I got out of there.
So,
and yeah.
Kelsey, I want to iterate. When we had spoke, you were talking about you were in one of his videos.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So that came later. So I did my sophomore in junior year in Texas. I came back to New York, and I kind of graduated early. So my mom, I went back to my mom. My mom became like an alcoholic. She had empty bottles of liquor all over the place. And I was like, I don't know, like it was just it was like she was going through something weird. Like I don't know what she was going through, but it was real bad. And she had this new best friend. Her name was Kim, and Kim's in the PR. So my mother's got like celeb connections and stuff with people that work for a company called Beyonce. So she's got, we got family that work for them. But I remember when I came back to see her in New York, she was just falling apart. She looked miserable. And Shaka knew that I had come back from Texas. He would call me sometimes when I was in Texas. He would call me talking about, I miss you and stuff like that. It was strange, but
After he had groomed you into
Yeah.
the molestation.
Right. So when I came back to New York, he wanted to see me. So he wanted to meet me somewhere. I kind of got lost because I was in Texas for, years. So I was 16, maybe 16 going on 17, something like that. And he said, oh, now that you're 16, this is legal now. This is legal now. You're 16. So he would, I think his mom was still living in the condo. He would, I think she was on her way moving out. She was trying to move to Africa at that time. His mother was always so sweet to me. When I would be in the condo, he would take me in his room and close the door and lock the door, and then he would just try to get me to, dance naked and just kind of do like really weird things. Like I would dance naked to like rock music and stuff like that, like his favorite like rock songs. And I remember like it was like the soundtrack to The Crow and stuff like that. And then he would just kind of make me dance naked to stuff like that. But mind you, I mean, he said it was, I don't know, but so I guess his mom would knock on the door, just like, Alex, you in there? Y'all doing okay, Alex? So like, I remember he'd be like, yeah. I remember all of that.
So you said when you were in his video that he kind of forced you into it when you were young.
Yeah. I didn't yeah. So
Can you talk about that a little?
Yeah, so we're getting there. So it's when his mom moved out and finally moved to Africa, he took on the condo for himself. So he kind of gutted everything out, redecorated his place. And he was like, he was always a musician. He was just like a kind of self-proclaimed musician. Well, not self-proclaimed, but he was making music. He was making music, and he was a rapper when I first met him. He would play his music, and he would sound identical, if not almost exactly the same as Tupac. And he would show me his fans. People would buy his albums and all of that. He sounded just like Tupac. And he had this weird persona he would take on to sound, this Tupac energy like he would put on. And it was kind of, so that's what he had going on. So he had this song, this music video. He would have this idea, and I would help him because I was good with computers and stuff. Like he wasn't, but he would just kind of buy the things that it was just kind of like a project. At that time when my mother was at home in Queens being drunk, I would leave and hop on the train, go to Harlem, and at this point, I was willingly going over to Shaka's to hang out, and she knew I was going over there to see him. And this is another thing. I admit that was fucked up. So here I am, 16, 17, willingly going over to Shaka's. And it was
because of the programming and
it was
the
rationalized
London.
behavior that he told me, it was behavior that he rationalized. It was behavior that then I would rationalize, and it was groomed. I was definitely groomed. So there was he probably took the videos down, but he takes these videos, he puts them up, takes them down, puts them up, takes them down. But like, he was rapping in this, and it was I think it was kind of like a Black is Beautiful kind of song, but he oiled me up in a bunch of baby oil in his condo where he would film these music videos, oil me up in like baby oil, and then I had this thing wrapped around just my breasts, and just kind of like some real short shorts. I must have been 16 or 17. And so this video was, I'm trying to remember the name of the song, but it's like a Black is Beautiful song, but I don't think it's anywhere on the internet. It might still be somewhere on YouTube floating around. It might, I don't know, but it could be. And he was rapping in this one. He sounded like Tupac. And he wasn't singing at that time. So later on, it just kind of continued. My mother became a little bit like more violent. She was always pretty much violent. Like I remember she would just like start giving me whoopings just because it was 6 o'clock. And I mean, that was awful. But I moved in with Shaka eventually at 17. This was a year later. I just kind of went and I moved in at 17. And then so what happened was that he would just kind of take me I became like just kind of up under his wing, and he was teaching me everything about, more and more about Black history. He was teaching me more and more things, showing me more and more books. I exposing me to all these professors, Dr. Ben and Ivan Van Sertima and all of these prominent like peoples involved, and I would just sit and watch lectures and listen to lectures. We would even go to meetings in Harlem, these what he would consider the Black, like at that time, Black Panther meetings still. And and he would just kind of, he'd have these routines where he would just stand on 125th Street in Harlem and just kind of just all day just kind of debate, with people.
Not this, right?
No, that wasn't me. I think that's someone else. It wasn't Rise and Shine, but it was like a Black is Beautiful kind of thing. And he was and seeing some of these new videos he's probably singing with this, and the other ones he's actually rapping Shaka. So he would stand on 125th Street and just kind of battle people out. Sonnetter, he would just kind of visit. I remember he'd always come around and come visit and hang out with Shaka, but like I never existed to that guy. I don't know. He would never talk to me, but he knew that I was 16, 17, hanging out with Shaka all the time. A lot of these guys would see me around, and I would just kind of be like right underneath him, just kind of following him, wherever he went. And then he would just have these debates with these grown men and stuff. And they would just kind of yell at women as they walk by and stuff like that, and kind of catcall them. Yeah.
You're saying Kelsey Sonnetter knew. He knew who you were. He knew what was going on.
Can I chime in and say, never mind.
Go ahead, Nikki.
Okay, so this beautiful young lady who reached out to me, and I'm not gonna lie, she's definitely one of the reasons why this whole Kelsey is feeling comfortable enough to talk about all of this, because this is something I've definitely pushed her to talk about for years. I was never aware of all the other men that was involved in knowing what he had going on. You know what I'm saying? But when I saw Shaka's video commenting on the other video where I was speaking on what had happened with Kelsey, he was 100% incriminating himself, because you can't sit there and what was this dude's name? Sanuti?
Sonetter.
Sonetter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You can't sit there and record someone saying, you saw the video. Did it look like I was molesting her? If you saw the video, that means that you're making yourself capable. You're implicating yourself in watching child pornography. You just implicated yourself right there.
Exactly.
So a lot of
That
the
is-
times, Shaka was real weird. So a lot of the times when he was still having sex with me at 16 and 17, and I moved out of my mom's place there with him, he would look at porn a lot while having sex with me still. And the porn he would always, he likes child pornography. I remember he would show me the porn that he likes. So he'd be like, oh, you know, he would just kind of, back in the day, girls used to twerk on YouTube, and he used to kind of look at that, like, but he would show me the porn that he likes. And I remember one time in particular, it was I told Tia, I may have already told Tia and Nikki about this one, but he well, actually, kind of even going back further, now that I remembered, being 14 and 15, he would show me the porn that he likes. I had never seen porn in my entire life. Shaka was like, look at this, I want to show you something. And this was he was already feeling up on me. And I think this was already past like the first sex, like the first the first time he would show me porn. I was like, oh my gosh, I had never seen like porn. He showed me, it was this little black girl, and she was like in a thong, and it was really kind of like, she looked like an innocent, sweet girl, but she was just in a thong, and she looked like a little girl like my age. I was looking like, oh my God. He was like, yeah, it's sexy, right? You like that? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean? Do I like that? What do you mean? But now fast forward a little bit further, I'm actually living there now, and he's looking at some porn. It was a little white girl. She looked like a little kid, like a little kid, and she was like naked, and he was looking at that, and he was like, you know, he thinks that that's sexy. He's not ashamed. Like he would show me the porn. Like he would just be like, look at this. Like, I want you to look at it, kind of thing. Like, look at what I'm looking at. I want you to see it. Cause like, I would just kind of be like, okay. This is weird. I guess. And then like he would only look, and when he'd have sex with me and he'd continue to rape me, he would be looking at that porn too. At the same time, he'd be raping me.
This sounds like a pedophile ring. I'm sorry, but this sounds like a pedophile ring. You can't sit there and tell me that you have this many friends that know what's going on, that know you have videotapes, that know you have pictures and all this type of evidence, and you mean to tell me that they're not reporting it? I mean, don't get me wrong.
He would have his camera on while he was raping me. That a lot. But what I'm saying, that time.
Babe, like you're like my soul. You already know you're like my fucking soulmate. If you was walking around eating people, like just randomly, like, Nikki, this is what I do, I just eat people, I'm gonna have to report you. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna love you still. I'm gonna be there for you. No, what I'm saying is, if you have a friend that is doing a crime that you know is just like completely outlandish, if you know if they doing something like, okay, I might sell a little weed on the side to support my family or whatnot, but if you know that this person is doing a crime that is literally just disgusting and just horrible, and you choose not to say nothing, I'm sorry, but from my perspective, in my opinion, to some degree, you with the shits.
Well, yeah,
to some degree, you must be doing it too. Because no one's not gonna. I'm not gonna feel comfortable. Like, if Kelsey, if you came to me and told me, Nikki, low key, I eat people, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? What the fuck you mean you eat people? You get what I'm saying? Like, no, Nikki, like I enjoy human brains. Like, that's weird. That's weird. That same thing where when he was having that interview where Shaka was talking all that shit with his 30-hour-long video talking shit. When he admitted that, hey, I showed you the video, did she look like she was being molested? If he felt comfortable enough to continue to record that conversation, nigga, then you must have been with the shits too. At some point in time, you must have been doing it too. Because like I said, if my friend came to me and told me that they was doing something illegal to an extent where it's really fucking mind-blowing with no mind fucked with no condom, I'm really gonna think to myself, like, really? You must really be.
So that really was a video of sex with a child that Sonetta agreed that he saw on that video.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know anybody who would implicate themselves like that without actually being involved to some degree. It sounds like a pedophile ring.
Right.
Wow.
I don't know what video they're looking at, but he's got
Dr. Inky, she hasn't seen the video, but Dr. Inky covered it on his channel. So
okay.
But she has not seen it. It's a trigger for her.
The channel that all these guys have gotten together to have removed. So all of these guys have gotten together to have my channels removed. Talking about I'm a bully, I'm threatening them, and really it's quite the opposite. You know, it's just a shame that how many people are protective of this type of behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I would meet all those guys on 125th Street and just kind of standing there. You know, they would objectify women as they're walking by, you know, these guys. And then I would just kind of just be standing there right up under Shaka, like, I don't know what's going on. Just like completely just naive and not knowing what's going on. But I was still lured in by the Black history of it all. That was the romantic part of it all, just the history of it, and just kind of because that plays a part in this too. Just the whole you know, being the conscious community. It just kind of that's the thing that kind of keeps everyone together. That's the main reason why there is a group of men here.
Facts.
That's the glue that keeps all of these people kind of intertwined and in a way related. This consciousness, and I know I haven't touched on it at all because I'm only talking about the rape and the touching, the molesting, and that and the sneak, you know, while my mom is asleep, you know, and all of that. This is the glue that is keeping everything. It's this consciousness. It's comedic. And it's all of the debates and all of this.
Kels, can I ask you something that never crossed my mind before, but just crossed my mind now?
Yeah.
Do you think that the times that Shaka invited us to those clubs and he was getting us drunk, do you think he was recruiting?
I don't know. So I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and go into that night. So the night I personally asked Shaka if it would be okay for my best friend to come and hang out at the Belmont Lounge one Sunday night. And I said, Nikki, you want to come hang out with us at the Belmont Lounge where Shaka is a bouncer? She said, hell yeah, I want to go. You know, it's a club. Yeah. So, and we're all underage. We're 16, 17 at this time. And Nikki's like, hey, can I bring Willie, my cousin? I said, yeah, sure.
Hold up, let's not mention names.
So yeah, so Shaka was like, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, Nikki could come. And her cousin can come. So we planned the big night, and Shaka. So it was me, it was Nikki, and it was her cousin. Her cousin was I think a year even younger, maybe.
Yeah, he was 1 year younger than me.
If you don't mind, I can go into detail about him, just not his. I won't.
Yeah, you can go into detail about him. Just don't mention his person.
So her Nikki's cousin was gay, and he knew it and was very aware of his sexuality as a teenager. So Shaka, me, Nikki, and her cousin, we hopped on the train, we went to the Belmont Lounge and we hung out. I don't think it was a Sunday night, I think it was like a regular night. We got a table and he was like, y'all want some drinks? Like how he is. And then me and Nikki looked at each other and we all kind of looked at each other like, yeah, we want some drinks. So we got drinks. Okay. Shaka was on it like that. You know, he was running things. He was able to get drinks for us. We're 16, 17. Her cousin may have been 15 or so. Her cousin towards the night progressed. Her cousin got like drunk. So that kind of we had to go. We had to get out of there and we had to get going because you know it wouldn't have been safe for her cousin to be drunk.
The main reason why I asked you
it's already dangerous for all three of us at that time because Shaka's the predator. So we have a boy and two girls. So we weren't safe around him.
He shouldn't have been giving you guys drinks.
No, he shouldn't have. And that's the thing that makes me say, was he recruiting? Because I mean, now at the age that I'm at now, I have friends that don't drink. And I'll be like, hey, you slow down. You get what I'm saying? Like take one shot. Don't just chill out, see how that makes you feel.
He got drunk.
He was way older than us, continuously giving us drinks. That's why I'm just like, what did he was do? Do you think he was doing that on purpose? Because it's just like, I know not to do that at the age I'm at now, and I'm still not at the age that he was at when he was doing what he was doing to you. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm just like, and I know better than to do that. I would not give a minor alcohol. I just wouldn't do that.
Absolutely not.
New Year's and we popping champagne. Like, okay, it's New Year's, you got like one glass, but like, I really do believe to some degree he might have been trying to, I don't know, maybe recruit to a certain degree, because you can't be 38 years old.
But not just recruit, maybe take advantage. There's an opportunity here. I'm gonna take advantage of it. I've got 3 children here. You know, I've taken them to the club. I'm giving them alcohol. This is an opportunity for me to, you know, maybe, you know, it's an opportunity to take advantage.
Exactly.
Period.
Can I ask,
absolutely.
How old you are today and how old he is today? Just so that we're on the age.
So he's older than my mom. My mom was born 71. I was born 89. I think Shaka was born in the late 60s, maybe like 68. So he should be in his mid to late 50s right now. And I'm 32. My mom is approaching 50 this month.
Okay.
He is 54. I just did the math with my calculator. Sorry.
Yeah.
He was 54. Born, his birthday is June 21st. So, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like at that time, like even that's what I'm saying. At 31 years old, at the age I am right now, I have friends that are the same age as me, and I know there's certain alcohol not to give to them. It doesn't matter who the friend is. It's just like, oh wait, let me tell them to slow down because they kind of throwing it back like that. He was in his late 30s when we were still teens, and he was offering us drinks. That's why I'm just like, I don't deny it. I know he knew what he was doing.
Oh, he must have been like at least 40 then.
Yeah, it's just like, how are you giving us drinks and without thinking that this is going to affect us?
Because it's an opportunity. When you have someone that is sexually attracted to children, Nikki, this is an opportunity. This is like, okay, so the boy, let's get the boy drunk, and the 2 girls too, like 2 girls and a boy. It's like, you know, it's like 2 birds, 1 stone, like literally 2 girls, 1 boy.
Yeah,
that's an opportunity for real to jump in on that. Like from his perspective, I'm gonna, you know, that was an opportunity.
He definitely wasn't going to stop.
So can
finding ways to be a predator upon you guys.
So Kelsey, have you ever witnessed Shaka doing any type of like same sex kind of pornography or anything that?
Like
Um,
sex type of stuff, or
His
no?
mannerisms alone are same sex. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the
he
I'm a
has he
part of
has
it.
feminine he's what you may want to call like a metrosexual. He has like very feminine characteristics. Shaka was a victim as a child growing up. Shaka was a victim of molestation. His older sisters used to hump him. Like he has one older sister and I think two younger siblings. I think there's like, but I think there may be a total of 3 or 4 of them all together. But I think his older sister would hump him as a kid and like get her, and then like she would invite friends over and they would all just kind of like hump him and take advantage of him. Shaka was a victim, and I would always say this: hurt people hurt people.
Yeah.
Period. Misery loves company kind of thing. So, I know even to this day when I'm hurt, I isolate. And Nikki knows I kind of lick my I quote unquote lick my wounds in private.
Yes, I have
I do.
experienced
Like
that from
like
you.
this week has been a rough week. I have a funeral. There's a funeral today, and my grandmother, I almost lost her to COVID, but she had a blood transfusion. She's doing a little bit better now. We don't know. She's quarantined. It's just I've been hit kind of left and right, and I'm rehashing old wounds. There's been a lot going on, but I'm doing my best to try to kind of.
But babe, I mean, I'm
keep
not
my head
trying
above
to,
water.
I understand, but Kels, one thing I want you to recognize throughout this entire situation is look at the progress. Look at the progress. Look at me and you have had private conversations. I have lost count of how many times it's just like, yo, this should be the story. Your story should be told. You need to get this out your system, and you are doing it right now. Live in this moment. You get what I'm saying? Even though this has been I already know some of the other things you have going on, but live in this moment, in the fact that you are telling your truth, and that there are people that support you, and that this is not something that's just chucked off to the wind. You are loved, you are supported, and people recognize that this is not something that's just going to be just a conversation that's just had at the moment. You get what I'm saying? Like, as I told you before, and I will always say again, I got your back to the day I die. But I'm so fucking proud of you right now. It brings tears to my eyes. I'm so proud of you right now. You are genuinely being the full survivor that you've always been.
Wow. Nikki. I just, yeah.
Oh, I wanted to say I'm really glad that Sis said what she said in that comment, because that is incredibly important. Like, this isn't, I mean, regardless of the fact that, yes, oftentimes when people are sexually preyed on as children, it oftentimes ends up, if they don't deal with trauma in a productive way, they can go on to be abusers themselves. It doesn't make any excuse. Nobody, we all have free will. We have the ability to not prey on people. And ultimately, when you're raised in a society that has the rates of sexual violence and lack of comprehensive sex ed, so like, talking about consent, the multiplicity of attraction, and just it's just, attraction is so messy, and it's not something like it needs to be, of course, between two consenting adults. But if it's not, and with that context in mind, these experiences are framed as normal. They're like, as far as like what is our normal, like, social and sexual type of relations, like we learn what's normal based on what we've lived, right? And the repetition of socialized violence, it's a sense-making process. So if we grow from our teens into our 20s and we only see the romanticization of abuse, that was our normal.
I mean, she's definitely, Kels, she's definitely in the process of going through her journey of healing. Just knowing, without saying anything personal, this is something that has affected her life in a way that, till this day, I don't think it's healed. That's why I pushed for her to do this live stream.
That's why I wanted her to do this live stream. Tia was pushing for her to do this live stream. Like
Yeah.
this was something that was just like, hey, you need this to be a part of your healing process. And Kels, you already know from just private conversations that we've had, I really do believe you talking about this publicly and getting it out your system to a degree is going to be therapeutic to you, because there are you got your scars. You got your scars, but Madonna going to clear that right up. This live stream finna clear that right up.
Yeah. Yeah, this was
And I kind of wanted like Kelsey to come on to let her know like she's loved and like everyone fully supports her. And I definitely wanted like Queen's Throne, because I know who you are and I know you're up here,
Oh,
to definitely be of support, because I know that you are also too a survivor. And just to surround her with the strength, and then just for her to hear you speak, and to give your uplifting words. So yeah, and to give your testimony as well. So yeah.
okay.
shout out to Kelsey. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Much love. I'm really glad that this is coming out. I don't want you, Kelsey, to feel like you're alone, even though it may feel that way. I see that you do have those that support you, but we're here to support you as well. I also want to point out that you had said that maybe Shaka had been abused, in his upbringing. Did I hear that?
Yes,
Yeah.
Shaka has been abused by his siblings growing up. They would like dry hump him and things like that. They were just kind of a bunch of girls that would just get in line and just hump him.
And I don't want to seem insensitive. I want to kind of explain why I'm going to say this. As an advocate or sticking up for people that have been sexually abused, I'm also a survivor. I was sexually abused starting at 4 years old. I apologize about my kids in the background, but I don't advocate for people that were victimized and then they just choose to victimize, because at the time that he victimized you, he was an adult. He knew what was right and what was wrong, and he was able-bodied to go get help. So in my mind, that's where the two differ. So I just wanted to just come up and just thank you for coming forward. I believed your story, before, when it was brought to us, before you even spoke out. But I know that healing is going to come. I'm pretty sure that this is not going to be the last time that you'll be talking about this. And I'll be supporting you the whole way. I know that this is hard, but girl, you got this. You got it. You're doing better than you thought.
Wow.
Know
Yeah.
that. Know that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you,
I can't
boo.
believe this is happening. Like I
I
honestly
told
don't
you,
even
boo.
believe it.
I told you.
Because
I
I've been
told you
talking like this is Nikki. This is
years,
really happening
years,
right now.
years
I
in the
can't even
making.
believe it.
To be honest with
Wow.
you, to be fully honest with you, when it was a drunken night in January 2020, where we were talking and she was letting me know how she felt and she was crying, and I was just like, fuck him, I'm gonna put this shit online. People need to know. And just to see how many people are just coming on here supportive. Oh, thank you to all the panel. Kelsey, I'm so fucking proud of you. Like literally, when you check your phone, you're gonna see a whole bunch of text messages saying how proud I am of you right now. Like this
Oh,
has been
I
years in the
almost don't
making
believe it.
of
I
me
don't
trying
know.
to tell her, tell your story. There are people that want to know. This will be a healing process for you. This let me not say that word. This bastard molester, Chester the molester pedophile needs to go to jail. He needs to be investigated. He needs to go to the pits of hell with gasoline draws on, with dynamite in his ass. You get
And
what I'm saying?
Kelsey, understand that your story is gonna help others. It's also gonna help you. It's gonna help you heal. Now I'll help you where you walk away with the understanding that you're not alone. A lot of, even teenagers. I was molested as a teenager as well. But I think when it
Wow.
happened to me as when I was 4, it just kind of adapted in my brain as this is normal. There's nothing weird about this. You know what I mean? But you're not alone. You bear no responsibility for what happened. It's on him. He was a grown man. This even happens vice versa to little boys, that woman is responsible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So just know that, boo. You killing it. You definitely are. And I think your story is powerful. It may wake up mothers. That's also what I do. Try to wake up mothers that like, don't just bring this fly by night dude in your house around your children. You know what I mean? It's gonna speak volumes. So I hope that you also allow me. I want to get your permission, not just Enki's as well, to showcase this on my channel, so that we can help get the story out as well. Okay.
I don't mind at all.
Okay.
I don't
I
mind.
appreciate you.
I think I'm going as what my friend said. I told a friend of mine, hey, I'm going to be interviewed about this. Like, I never thought that I would even be doing this in my entire life.
Yeah, she
But
honestly like thought that no one cared about Black girls, Black women's stories,
And that's
and
what society will make you
Right.
believe, though.
Right.
And that's why we have to stand with the victim. I'm sorry to cut anybody off. I'm
right,
passionate.
and yes, and that's why I wanted to come up here and like introduce her to like you, Queen's Throne and Dr. Inky, and to let her know, girl, are you crazy? Do you know how many Black people we have that support our Black brothers and sisters? Like, so I wanted
Facts.
to bring her forth to show her what it looks like, because I don't think she knew actually what it looks like, because she's
No.
never seen it manifest in her
No,
life. So now
and
she
if
gets
you
to
really
see it.
think about it, I'm just saying this
Mhm.
just from a psychological point. There's this man who is claiming to be a guru, who is claiming to have all of this information about Black culture and Black, and basically being basically being the all-seeing, knowing person of everything Black, and then turning around and doing something like this. Of
I mean,
course,
I'm
after someone experiencing someone doing such hurtful things to them, yes, it is going to change their thought pattern on their race. It is going to change their thought pattern on how to view certain things. When this person who's supposed to be looked at as a guru, or this person that's supposed to be looked at as an influential person when it comes down to the Black community, turns around and does something like this, of course that's going to affect their view on certain racial topics or certain racial things or not. If this is going on with her, this man is supposed to be an
a
inspiration,
conscious leader.
a conscious leader to
Mhm.
Black people, and he's turning around and doing it to her. Of course she's going to think to herself, wait a second.
I'm pretty sure I'm not the first one. So I've got he told me. So when this Shaka is he's a Gemini. So I mean, I don't know if that means anything to anybody, but he has this kind of boastful way about going about his life. So he'll brag. He likes to brag. So he would intentionally bring me around at 16, 17, to his friends. Just like he would introduce me to certain peoples that are a part of this community. And there are like leaders out here. Like Shaka wasn't the first of this type, this kind. I mean, there were this. Mhm.
Sorry. I was just drinking some water. Woo!
You okay?
Wait. Yeah. Well, I was.
What the hell?
Yeah, I wasn't ready. Wait, I wasn't ready for that. So you said Shaka was bringing you into the community, introducing you to people in the community.
Yeah, like big time.
Yeah, see, there are people that are going to hold me responsible, right? If I don't ask you the number one question, which is, can you tell us the people that he introduced us to? Now, wait, before you say that, I just want to say this to everybody. I want to say this to Queen's Throne in front of everybody. Thank you, Queen's Throne, for always holding it down. Never veering off for 1 second. And to the people out there that think that Queen's Throne or any of the other people from the platform like ran away or did anything other than stand by my side the whole time, I just want y'all to know that that was not the case. I knew what these guys were capable of. A lot of you people are listening to this sister tell this story, and y'all are, y'all are blown away. I already knew, what kind of people that, these. So I knew that there was some other type of energy coming down the pipeline. And so as I brung the people together to just, to make their voices louder, when I saw that there was some other stuff coming down, I wanted to move them out the way so that whatever negative blowback, I would be the only one to experience and absorb the negative impacts. I just moved people from around me, so I don't want y'all to think, nothing, anything otherwise. But, Queen's Throne definitely been, A1 from day one. And you can definitely do whatever with the footage, knock it off.
Much love.
As the sister wants to continue to come back and come online and share more and more and more, feel free for you and y'all to have a sisters.
Definitely, I will always be available to
Yeah,
this queen right here. I appreciate her so much.
because I'm trying to stay out the way as much as possible in the conversation.
No, we understand because you're gonna get blamed for everything, but I mean, if they try to blame you for this, that's gonna make them look even more suspect. I'm just saying, but much love always.
I'm riding with this.
Can I say one thing
Much love.
though? Just to interject, I find it amazing that he would be blamed for all of this when I put up these posts 2 years ago.
Wow.
2 years ago to this date. Literally, it was a copy and paste from January 4th. I'll never forget it because I still have it in my phone. And it's just like, how is it possible that you want to blame this man because he has a platform, but you're the one who actually did it? Take responsibility for what you did. Don't blame somebody else because now that your shit getting exposed, everybody got skeletons in their closet. The only difference is some people not scared of the door being open.
Well, and I want
That's
to
a fact.
like it's so important. Like I feel like the words gaslighting and victim blaming and victim shaming have been kind of used more like in public in the last few years, especially since Me Too. Like, and of course, the trial by media that people have claimed Me Too has struck. But ultimately, I wanted to just take a little time to talk about those because there's been many points where it's been relevant. So gaslighting, for those of who aren't familiar, it's described as an extremely effective form of emotional abuse in which mentally manipulative techniques are used to make victims question their own feelings, instincts, and sanity. And the tactic gives the abusive partner or a group a lot of power. And likewise, victim blaming and shaming is when survivors of rape, sexual assault, and domestic violence face ridicule and judgment for stepping forward and speaking out about abuse. So we're all and that's whether it's the reason why so few people step forward, or because of the many reasons we discussed before. So.
It's a little bigger than that now, though. Now they're saying, no, you hit the nail on the, the quote I was going after, but now they're calling people like that just speak out about it predators for, quote unquote, just blaming the black man for his actions. I'm sure that this probably goes on in the white community as well. But Shaka, Sonetta basically just flagged down my video where Shaka was saying said incriminating things, as well as Sonetta stating that he saw a video of, some sexual activities. So yeah, but that video's still up, and we gonna, this is even better because he can't flag this down.
Just to interject, when when I was trying to convince Kelsey to take this public years ago, everything that we are talking about at this very moment, Shaka is aware of. He's very much aware of. And the reason why I say that is because everything that I put on every public post, I sent to him on Messenger. And you know how when you write things on Messenger, you're aware when someone reads your message because the little bubble goes down? I still have that on my phone to this day. So everything that I've ever put out there publicly, he is aware of. So he cannot dare sit there, and I do not mind sending the screenshots. He cannot dare sit there and say to blame anybody that's on this panel right now for what's being talked about, because he's very much aware that this was spoken about January 23rd, 2020. 2020 is when I initially said this to him, like, when me and Kelsey was having our heart to heart and talking about it, and I was trying to, to convince her, and she didn't feel comfortable publicly talking about it, and I was like, well, shit, I'll do it on my platform. I don't give a fuck, I don't care. But he's very much aware. So for him to dare ever get to the point where he could dare blames anyone on this platform, especially the intelligent Black king on this platform that's allowing us to have this conversation, I'll gladly send you the screenshots where he is very much aware of what we are speaking on.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Like he's very much aware, very, very much aware. And when I say very much aware, I sent him these messages on January. I want to say January, between January 3rd and the 23rd, and he responded February. But matter of fact, I can just pull it up.
You know, it's really crazy to me that these people are big enough to hurt a child, right? But they're not big enough to say that, yes, I made a mistake, I'm going to go get help and admit it. Instead, they'd rather play a victim. I think that's really sad. That's how you know that what you're doing is wrong.
Right.
Yeah. And no one actually like holds him accountable to take care of his mental health also is a problem. If you have other Black men in the Black community that are okaying for him to do these kind of things and not actually saying like, no, you need to get a psychological evaluation. You need to get a psych check, and they're not checking on his mental health and they're enabling it. They're enabling the sickness and to spread and the mental illness to just go beyond and out of this world. And that's the
That's
problem.
because he's a narcissist.
I agree.
That's because he's a narcissist, and he has been getting away with it for years and years and years and years and years. So he doesn't feel like he's going to get caught. But every dog has its day.
He might also be a sociopath or a psychopath as well.
Well, back in the day, it was
because
Yeah, it was
he used to say, "I'm a megalomaniac." I don't know what that means. A megalomaniac.
Wow.
That's what he would call
Okay.
himself.
I never heard of that before.
I need to look that up.
Yeah,
No.
he made that up. He used to call himself that.
How narcissistic do you have to be to receive a message? Because I went in my phone and pulled it up. I sent this to him on January 8th. All the messages that's currently on his social medias. I sent the message to him on January 8th, 2020. He responded telling me to basically come watch his live on February 4th.
What?
Around the time of my
Wow.
birthday?
Insane.
February 4th. And this is not something I made. Like, that's why I say for him to get on, I told Tia, I was literally disgusted and shocked that he had the audacity to get online and say that oh, these women predators. He knows that I know everything that Kelsey is saying is true because I was physically there. He knows that everything I'm saying is true because you wouldn't have responded to my messages. You would have just ignored it and chucked it to the wind like it was nothing.
Is that the correct spelling of his name? Angram, the last name?
It's Angram, so it's Angrum. Alex Angram.
Yeah.
A megalomaniac, Onslaught says, is someone who believes that he's in control of everything.
Wow. Which
That's
fits
deep.
his personality.
Mm-hmm.
Just a god complex, basically. He feels.
I mean, he has a lot to be insecure about. That weird lisp, those feminine features,
Facts.
that weird little hook thing he has on the side of his head, that fake little ponytail. He has a lot of things to be insecure about. So who knows?
And Kelsey, weren't you telling me something about his ponytail that is weave? That it is
So-
still weave in there?
When I first met him, he would always wear
Ponytail.
scarves, and he just had like a regular fade. But as time went on, when he was getting more involved into this comedic and like practicing it like heavily or more, he started doing more of the dressing. He would sew his own kente cloth into his clothes and just kind of create the headdress for the comedic culture. He went and got like additional tattoos and then shaved most of his head to symbolize like a child, like the child. So this is what the comedic children I think would have on their head. So there's like a patch of hair on the very top. And then from that patch of hair, it would just be a long braid that would come down the side. So he had very little hair there, just kind of like a patch. It was like a TWA. It was just like a teeny weeny afro. So he would have just kind of like box braids in that area. From the African hair braiders, he would have like a hair, like of course, like braiding hair. He would have synthetic braiding hair on the TWA, and it would be long and to the side, and then he would get all of the box braids, and put like one big plait on the side of his head.
He looked like a weave bender, like an air
and then he would
bender.
put so that's and it was so that's what he would do.
Yeah,
and usually
there we
these
go.
would be the boys that would do these types of things, but
I saw that he has his son rocking that same hairstyle too.
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm texting.
So it's
to
like
bring me
definitely
food.
horsehair in there. He definitely uses horsehair.
Not horsehair. Horsehair, I'm dead.
So yeah, that's that. So I think I mean, if you wanted to just kind of continue there, so we talked about the night out, the PTA, the first sex rape, the continued sex as I moved in at 16, 17. I at 18, he was having not money issues, but financial problems. He took on the condo. The mom's no longer there. She moved to Africa. So bills have to be paid. So I rented out a room, and I got a job, and I was a waitress to help pay some of the bills at 18. So I was giving him like anywhere between $600-$700 to rent out this room, and I was buying my groceries and just kind of doing my and I then put myself through college. I put myself in. I wasn't getting help from anyone. My mom would try to reach out, but I wasn't really I don't know. I didn't want to go back to her. It was kind of the lesser of two evils. Was I going to go back and live with my mom and deal with that, or was I just going to be here with Shaka? Either way, it was like a lose-lose situation for me. I really should have gone back to Texas, but I was stuck in New York City. So I guess he continued making these music videos, and I was in a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch more. And I was still exposed to these kind of other Black influential leaders that he would bring me around. I remember when there was one meeting. It was in Harlem, and this place where normally the Black Panther meetings would be. And Sarah Sutton showed up. I remember he was there. I remember, Sa Neter would come around all the time. He'd come over, but I never existed to any of these people. But I would be someone he would just kind of, would just kind of tag along. I was like a tag along, and I was just itty bitty little thing, and I'm still small, but like it's, I would just be there, and a whole bunch of other professors would, that would be there, and
like who?
Take your time. So there were, let me see, the one dude that would always bring the books out on 125th.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interject, and I'm not trying to stop her from doing anything, but for her own safety, I don't think it's the best thing that she names anybody's names.
I don't mind. I said, look, I don't
already started. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing to me, I care about the other people that may have been there, but the biggest thing to me is that Sa Neter had seen her.
Oh,
and
Sa Neter definitely met her, but I mean, to just continuously name names, I don't want her safety being compromised because, like,
I can feel that, Nixter.
I don't want, I'm. I don't. I've already talked to you about this. So
just the people that Shaka is comfortable enough to have on his platform, anybody who Shaka is around, 9 out of 10 is very much aware of what's going on, because he's not one of those type of people that walk in shadows. He definitely lets everybody know what he got going on to a certain degree. So to find out who's going to be with it and who's going to be not with it. So if there's an associate that is 100% in in good terms with Shaka, then maybe you just need to have your little second eye, your third eye open towards them without her having to compromise her safety by saying names.
True enough, because ultimately, Sonetta had rushed to put Shaka on his page and admitted to several things. So I don't want her to do anything she doesn't feel comfortable with. This is not my show, but I'm just saying I'm sure that Enki feels the same way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there were other characters like Shaka that had like communities. I think there's a Hebrew Israelite like leader. He had like I think gosh, I think you mentioned the name. He had like this whole community, and then it involved like a bunch of like young little black girls and black women, and they were all like, and then he was brought on the Maury show. It was just like, it was insane. I forget his name, but
Dr. York?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was it. Very similar story here. Maybe it's kind of like leader, and then there were black girls and black women, being taken advantage of, raped or molested. So, and I think, this is like not something new. Malachi Z. York, right? I think
yes.
So Shaka would often talk about this guy to me, even like, look at this guy. We would watch like documentaries and things about him, but not knowing, hey, Shaka, you showing me that this is you. You're the same this is you. You're the same kind of predator. I'm
gonna ask you a question really quick, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but did you ever see Polite while you were around Shaka?
I know there was I don't remember. Is a skinny guy.
Skinny, dark skinned, about
I think so.
6 something tall, 6'3" or something.
So. It was a long time ago, but yeah, I think it was a bunch of just, this is like a very conscious black men that just kind of stuck together and and it had debates. I think this is one of them that he'd often go into debates, and Shaka would always want people to come over. Like, come over, let's do this, let's read and this and that. And, I remember this happening, but it wasn't like some big orgy party. It was just he would really literally sit and open books and talk about like history.
He wanted their approval.
Right. But like in the presence of whoever he, of me at the time, or whoever he's with, they would be there, but the ones that he was with would be teenage girls. So but it's okay. Like, you're coming over to have a cup of tea and talk about history. So it's just weird. It's a combination of the two. It's just really kind of fucked up. Here you have this like elegant history, and it's classical. It's but then you have these types of characters here involved that just kind of, I don't know, make it really make a beautiful thing very ugly. And that's just my take on that, because I've learned to really kind of appreciate and learn to love, the history of it all. And like I said, that's what reeled me in at 14 when he was at my house and, my mom wasn't home. He would lure me in, and that's what would lure me in, because, it's black, so it's beautiful kind of thing, So he would often say, black is beautiful. So I would just kind of, it would play onto my self-esteem, my existence as a black girl. And he would just kind of, so Shaka would just kind of play on that and just kind of, take advantage and make me feel like, oh wait, maybe I am beautiful. Well, wait, yeah, but like, it's coming from you, so you're making me feel beautiful. So it's, and this is why you would kind of, where the manipulation would take place. Like, you make me feel beautiful. So I let you in to take advantage at that point. You're making me feel vulnerable by saying that I'm a young black beautiful girl. So it doesn't help. It just makes it just kind of, you're just making yourself more vulnerable to the abuse. So yeah, but I think if I guess if I can move on, I was going to college and just, 18 rolled around. He would talk about being with other girls with me. He was very comfortable talking about, the porn he'd look at or the other girls he'd be, fucking and all that. And he would tell me, oh, but this one is 18, this girl I'm fucking right here is 18. She's real tall. She's got a big old butt. And, I let her in and hang out at the Belmont Lounge, and I would just listen like, oh, okay. Well, that's nice. But I remember, and I stayed there, but he said that you don't have to give me money anymore for rent. So I saw this as an opportunity for me to stay there for free while I'm in college in New York City. So this was an opportunity for me. Now I'm seeing Shaka kind of, I guess, as a meal ticket, a way that I could just kind of stay here while I'm in school. So, and he allowed that, but at the cost of sex. So I had to have sex with him in order to continue to live there with him while I'm in school. And I had work study, so I had a job as well, of course. So, and it allowed me to be a full-time student, and it helped. So, but during the time, it was just, this sexual thing just continued, and it just kept going. So, I don't know. I guess it's fucked up, but I wasn't going to go back to my mom, and it wasn't healthy either way. Like I said, lesser of two evils. But like as time went on, I was 19, 20, 21 was this pivotal moment where I realized that if I don't get out of Shaka's house, I am going to be hurt. So there were times where he was physically abusive. So he was seeing other women, and he was having pregnancy scares with other women. I really didn't care. I was really just there just to kind of go to school and get by at this point. Really didn't care. So he started becoming physically abusive, and I think what was happening there, the dynamic was changing. I think he wanted me out of the way, out of the condo. His little sister, Anita, would be with her daughter. So it's Anita and her daughter. So same how I grew up, his little sister and her daughter. So Anita and her daughter would just be, they were a family. It was a mother-daughter, but he would be almost kind of looking out for them and protective over them. And they'd move in, and then eventually they'd have an apartment across the hall. It was just really strange. I just thought that was really strange, how you can be a predator here where it was just me and my mom, but you can be protective over your little sister and your niece. So I don't know. He was physically abusive to my mother too when they were together. Shaka told me he shook the shit out of my mom, and she like shat herself. Like he shook the shit out of her, and he told me she shit on herself. I didn't, at the time, I usually when I don't have a reaction, I can't react because I feel stuck because I'm in shock. And I still do that as an adult to this day now.
Yeah, that's normal complex trauma, by the way.
So, and not to mention some other kind of, I'm not okay as an adult. I'm not okay. But he became physically abusive, so I know he would drag me by my feet out of the apartment, and I would be like in like a nightgown sitting outside in the hallway. His sister would just open the door, look at me on the floor, and just close it. She didn't like me very much, so she just kind of, she knew I was a teenager to begin with, and she, and she knew I was young, and she was just there. His family would be aware of my existence, but they just really didn't care. Even his baby mom would come around and come visit from Trinidad. no one really cared that I was young and involved with Shaka the way that I was. No, it's like no one really cared. So in a way, with them not caring, I felt that no one else would, outside of that circle of the immediates, no one else would really care. So but the abuse, he was like shaking me. Like I remember he shook me, but I didn't shit myself. I just was like, what the fuck? I just kind of I went to stay with my mom, and I went to go see her condo in Harlem. She also lives in Harlem, and I thought that was kind of awkward because when they're not together, she hates him. So, but then they would hang out, and then I think they were still kind of fucking. So I thought the whole thing was weird, but I kind of moved out, and I moved in with my mom because I was like, well, I can't be physically abused here with Shaka, so I'm gonna go to my mom. So I would go uptown, stay with my mom at this point. And my mom, things would be okay until she's drunk. Then I had a problem. I had a real problem when she was drunk. But I knew that, and I'm aware of that. But I would still slip up. My mom and I would go out with one of her sugar daddy friends. But Matt was a nice guy, white guy. He actually put me through private school for a couple of years. I think he never touched me inappropriately. He never even looked at me like any kind of wrong way. When he did, he looked me in my eyes. I mean, like he was just like, I don't know, like, wow, like I thought he was the best, but she really just played him and really didn't give a shit about Matt, but except for, what the things that he could do for her. So, but anyway, I guess he took my mom and I out for like drinks, and I blacked out, but I woke up naked in my own vomit in my mom's condo with my jaw broken, my lip busted, and my eye black. And my whole face was just swollen. And I was just naked in my own vomit, which was dried. I woke up to my mom and her best friend, Kim. And Kim told me not to go to the police. She's looking out for her best friend. I said, whatever. I got dressed, put my clothes on, and then I went to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, they told me, do you want to press charges, and would you like a rape kit done? I said, I don't know. I don't think I want to press charges. I don't want to put my mom in prison or whatever. And I don't know if I need a rape kit or not. I don't know. So after that, I wanted to hear my mom, what happened. So my mom told me what happened. She told me she beat my ass and I was drunk, and it had, I don't know what it was. I think it had something along the lines of, I think you were fucking my man. I'm going to fuck you up type of thing. I think energy, I think.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's what that was. But really the truth is that you left me vulnerable by myself while you were cheating on your man, and you left me by myself at 14, and he raped me and continued to rape me. And all you did was ask me if he was touching me. I'm terrified. But you want to beat me up because you think I'm sleeping with your man. Okay, cool. So I took that, and I ended up with a concussion and all banged up. My jaw is still broken to this very day. My face will never be the same. It pops. My jaw hurts. I now have TMJ, and it feels crippling, and I've had it all my whole life. So Shaka knows this, and I mean, he demonizes my mom all the time. And I don't know. I think she would still go back and fuck him sometimes. I don't know. Maybe not. But And I think this was all just like drama for her best friend Kim. I think she just kind of thought it was, I don't know, but she was just kind of like on the sidelines, just eating popcorn, like, okay, all right, Kim. So that's all that was. Like, I guess moving on, I got whatever little pennies I had saved. I was still in school. I was struggling, like, actually later, because I was taking economics. And but anyway, I took what little bit pennies I had, and I actually transferred schools, and I transferred to a college in Texas to escape, to get the fuck out, so that I can like just leave. But before I left New York City, I eventually I moved in with my mom. She got a new place, and I still continued to run back to my mom because I still didn't want to go back to Shaka's. I still didn't want to go back. I didn't want to go back there at all. And at this point, it's always the lesser of two evils for me my whole life, because it's like either way, I'm still fucked up. My mother relocated to a different condo in Harlem, a little further downtown, kind of closer to Shaka. You could literally walk from Shaka's apartment to my mom's new condo. So awkward, but yeah, okay. So my mother had this tiny little 1-bedroom. I just kind of, stayed in like the living room area, and she was seeing guys that were young, my age, about 21, 22. And I thought that was just awkward. I hated every bit of it. She didn't beat me up again, but well, it was until after she beat me up that I confessed that she was crying and begging me to tell her the truth. What happened, Kelsey? Please tell me what happened. But it wasn't until after she beat me up and gave me a concussion when I finally told her, Shaka raped me at 14 while you were asleep. And she just cried and cried and cried. Yeah. So the new condo, she's got a new life, new condo. It's still in Harlem. I'm staying with her in a small place. Yeah. So I thought we were just going to start a new life, start over. It's just me and my mom, and she's got her life. She's still dating. She's doing her thing or whatever. Yeah, usually when she was just kind of getting it on with guys, my life just I started making bad choices. When I knew that my mom was getting it on in her bedroom, instead of sleeping on the couch, because I thought it was extremely awkward, I would go to bars and have one-night stands. And I was not making good choices, and it started at that moment. It started with the one-night stands. I would go sometimes visit Shaka. It was just kind of like visiting like some kind of old dad in some weird way. Like, how's life? Like, I don't know. So I put myself in a program in Brooklyn. No, it wasn't in Brooklyn. It was in not Forest Hills, but it was kind of like the last stop on the R train, the yellow line. It was kind of like an Asian area. But anyway, there was a program there that the Y had. And when I put myself in this program, it was like a youth getting jobs kind of program. And I was like, oh, wow, I need to get involved with this. It seems great. So I put myself in there. Instead of going to Job Corps, my mom convinced me not to go to Job Corps. She said it made her gay or something. I don't know. But either way, I was going to go to Job Corps, but I guess, all right, let me get involved with this program. Mayor of New York made this program for troubled kids. So, hey, I'm going to get involved with that. I went to the program, and I ended up meeting someone that I should not have been involved with. He lived in Brooklyn. So it was this Queens town. It was kind of like borderline Brooklyn. So I would go back to his place, and this guy, he was telling me, you looking for a job, right? I know a girl, she would walk up and down the streets and blah, 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 blah. And just, cars would stop by, and she'd hop in the car and she'd show them a good time, and she would make some money. Would you ever consider doing something like that? I got kidnapped in Brooklyn, and I was I was kidnapped. I ended up becoming kidnapped, and I was kidnapped by a pimp, and my life just fell apart. My life has fell apart. When Shaka found out, Shaka's neighbor told me that Shaka shit himself uncontrollably, like just shit himself when Shaka found out that I was kidnapped in Brooklyn, as if he cared for some reason. I don't know. I guess he cared. I mean, you don't care that you want to rape me at 14, but when you found out that I got kidnapped in Brooklyn, now all of a sudden you want to have the shits. So yeah, it's interesting, But I guess you want to be the only predator here. Like, okay. Yeah. So but so that happened, and I ended up escaping, thankfully, because the kidnapper pimp ended up having a court date, and his main was just, I was packing all my shit. I was like, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. She was like, you can only leave what you came with. So I just had to I just left. I left and I got out. And when I escaped, I went back to my mom's, and she really didn't care about anything that had happened to me after being gone for like months of everything that I had been through. I'm not going to go into detail about all of that because I don't think that's what is, the topic here. But it is related in a way that my life had fallen apart after, all that has been going on with Shaka. So I didn't make wise decisions, but I didn't really have good examples that would show me, that you need to be making right, or I didn't really have that kind of role model of a person that, did make good decisions around me. I didn't have none of that. But her best friend Kim was a PR and worked for, these people, that worked for Beyonce, but we weren't a part of that picture at all involved. There may have been opportunities, but we were not involved in that picture at all whatsoever. But, moving on, I had to escape. And this is why I say escape, because I literally wanted to escape, and I was trying to escape from my life because I did not want to be found because of the character, the people that I met in Brooklyn that kidnapped me. So I escaped. So I got out, and I have been here ever since, and I haven't gone back. So yeah. And it's been not easy, but I still haven't been making the best choices, but I've been here ever since. When I finally escaped, Shaka called me like a month or two after and said, "Come back. I want to marry you." I was 24 years old, and I had gotten my first apartment because I couldn't live with my grandparents because they were in the country, and I didn't have a car to get to school, to get to campus, because I transferred to a university here in Austin. So I got my first apartment, and I was there. But I got a strange call from Shaka, and he said, "Please come back. I want to marry you." I said, "What?" And I was like, you must be out of your mind, because I was just I couldn't, like, at that point he'd gotten me so fucked up. I wouldn't, but I can't even, like, yeah, he had me all the way fucked up. So, but he told me a story that he's married to someone here in the United States that he can't get a hold of. I remember him telling me this, and that he could never marry someone because he's married to someone else that he can't find to get a divorce from her. It's not his baby mama, but it could be. yeah. So I'm not even going to mention anything about his son, but I know his son would often come around, and yeah, he's very quiet, you know, because like almost kind of socially awkward kind of kid. Um, but he spends most of his time and most of his life around his mother. So, and his mother is a very nice woman. She really doesn't fuck with Shaka at all. Doesn't really want to. She keeps it real short, real brief, cordial, like, you know, here's your son, talk to him, kind of thing. And yeah, he tries to educate his son as much as possible, and you know, and indoctrinate him in you know, conscious studies and Kemetic, you know, teachings and things like that. And involves his son very much so in all of that. So most of all his son would ever do is read, constantly read. His son is very intelligent, awkward but intelligent. I'm not sure. I believe he has a mind of his own, but like, you know, that's all I know about that. And his baby mom. So after, I guess I just kind of I escaped, and I've been here ever since. So from 2022 or 23 on, I've been here and I haven't gone back. I've been happy here. I'd go visit my mom because no one else visits her, regardless of the, you know, of the abuse. I still go see her because no one else does, you know. And last year I went to go visit her. I wasn't planning to, but I saw her, and when I did, she beat me up again. And this time it was for a different reason. It wasn't I don't know. I mean, it had nothing to do with Shaka, but it was for different reasons. But my mother is, from what you can gather, you develop your own opinions there, but she's also, I think she's also very extremely narcissistic. So yeah, I haven't gone to therapy. I can't afford it. I've never, yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm so proud of you, Kelsey. I'm so emotional right now. Your story, her story this is what so many like Black girls go through. And I'm proud of you. Like, to go through her life and to have a mother that's supposed to be her mother protecting her, letting her boyfriend prey on her, and then to be indoctrinated from a young age to be preyed upon, and to have it keep indoctrinating you. When she looks at adults, she sees them as people who are going to harm her and prey upon her. It's just God that she's came out of sound mind the way that she had. And that's why I wanted to bring her on, so she could tell her story, because it has moved me. It has moved me that God has been with her, guiding her, to help her to make the right choices when she hasn't even been taught. This girl has been human trafficked, treated like a slave, and in that, God has been her tunnel of light. Her tunnel of light.
I do apologize if this is like I've, you know, like a trigger warning, but there when your boundaries, when someone crosses your boundaries, you don't, when it's like and it's penetrated, you don't have those boundaries it's like you don't have that boundary anymore. And it's like it wasn't very difficult to be doing the other things, or it wasn't very difficult for me to have to to do other, for that other shit to happen to me.
We got it.
That boundary there is gone. That boundary is gone. And it becomes, fucked up. So yeah, it's hard to kind of develop that again as an adult. Like to this day, I don't keep boyfriends. I really don't date. I had trouble with my sexuality growing up. Identifying and stuff like that. But when I have boyfriends, I can't keep them. I don't pick the right ones, or I've been picking ones that have been abusive, because I don't know what a real ideal couple. I don't know what healthy couples look like. I never had any of that around me growing up. But so I've picked really. My life after has been hard, or it's not sucked. So I've picked. I had a boyfriend for 3 years that abused me. He also gave me a concussion. I had box braids. He ripped them out and destroyed my apartment. It was off campus student living apartment. He ripped my braids out. Took my head, bashed it up on the dresser, and strangled me almost to death. So that was 3 years of that, and then getting back with him. I never so I got out of that, and
thank God.
And it was in a weird way. Before, when I was 10 years old, that's when I first met Shaka. I first met Shaka when I was 10 years old. Yep. And that was when she first given me alcohol too. I started drinking at 10 years old, my mom. And I think this is when Shaka said he first saw me sexually, when he thought I was sexy at 10 years old. So one New Year's Day, 10 years old, there was another little girl there that my mom was babysitting. She was dating a woman, and I think she must have been a cop or something. It was my mother's girlfriend, and the lady had a daughter. Hold on, y'all. All right, sorry about that. So, I got some food and a friend here to support me. Yeah, happy about that. So, at 10 years old, he thought that was when he told me, Shaka would tell me that this is when he first thought I was sexy. So it was a New Year's party. My mom had given me that one glass of champagne that you were talking about, Nikki. Well, my mom did that for me. So we were having fun. I had my fun little first glass of alcohol, first little glass of champagne. My mom gave me her stripper heels. They fit my feet perfectly, and one of her stripper gowns, because back in the day, it was gowns. I mean, nowadays it's not that, but back in the days it was like gowns. So my mom had given me a gown and her stripper heels, and I've got pictures of all of this. She put makeup on me, did my hair, and Shaka was there. My mom was there, and they thought that dressing me up like a doll like this was cute. And so I was dancing around with these big old heels on and this gown, and I thought I was, hot shit, at 10 years old. He thought that, he says, Kelsey, when you were 10 years old and and I was there, I was watching you, I thought that you were so sexy and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've got the pictures of all of that party that we had. And I remember that that night I told that little girl that was there with me, you know, I want to be just like my mom. And she's like, what is that? What does your mom do? My mom's a dancer. My mom's an exotic dancer. I want to be just like her. I want to, you want to be what your parents are. Like your parents are like gods to you. You want to do what they do. You want to be them. They are the epitome of like, they're God, whatever they do, you want to do no matter what it is. I mean, if you saw your dad as like a big time kingpin drug dealer, that's what you wanted to do. My mother, I wanted to be just like her. I wanted to be a dancer just like my mom. And, unfortunately, when I escaped from New York City and fled, I was trying to escape because I knew that I had gotten away from the ones in Brooklyn, and my mom, who just never gave a fuck about nothing but herself, her life, whatever. And Shaka, who also started to become physically abusive because he wanted me out of the picture. So when I escaped, I got here to Texas to support myself through school. I did what my mother did, and I started doing that too. I started dancing. So, and I haven't been making the best choices. Like I said, my life had fallen apart. And but I think this is towards the end now. To this day, I guess to shed some light here, to kind of I don't know if we want to call it a happy ending, but somewhat it's kind of a little, it's a little bitter, but it's what it is. It's to this day, Shaka doesn't exist in my world. I never say his name. I live my life, even though I pick shitty boyfriends. When I'm by myself, I usually thrive alone. When I'm isolated, or I do my best when I'm by myself. So because I have the way that I am is I'm very kind of like I gotta just I have to be by myself sometimes. I don't know. I just kind of thrive and do best alone. But like to this day, I work from home. I do chat support for Victoria's Secret, and it's great. And I work multiple jobs from home now. I won't get too much into detail. I don't always make the best decisions, but my mother kind of was not a good example of kind of like a way of life, kind of example of the way to live your life. So I almost kind of was doing the things and becoming her in a way. So I just kind of have tried to make better decisions. So I've been doing that. So I've been trying. So I'm not in trouble as much. It sucks when when you're in trouble. So you gotta.
Can I shed some light on something really quick involving this? What you were stating about unhealthy relationships, as well as dancing or being kind of hypersexualized is normal. So I want you to, understand that, because that's just kind of a way that a lot of survivors or victims cope with what has been done to them. They don't really understand it and stuff like that. So
you don't have sometimes those boundaries. Those boundaries are gone.
Exactly. Yeah. It's he stole your innocence. So a lot of the times they might even do drugs, like hardcore drugs and stuff like that. So no judgment or whatever.
Done that, because you don't want to feel that, right? So that pain that's there, in a way, mentally, I kind of feel stuck at 15 mentally, because it's just kind of when you have that state of shock, like, oh my God, there's a naked man. Oh my God, he's touching me. Oh my God, oh my mom is asleep, and it keep
Yeah.
I feel
And
you. I
then
feel
not
beside
you.
me.
and then not having
Shocked.
like not having the adults to teach you how to be in adulthood the correct
Right.
way and teaching you how to be an adult and to recognize like this is how you
No
go
role
into
models. None.
womanhood. Yeah.
No,
And it's
my
just
father
like,
wasn't even in the picture. He passed away from type 2 diabetes. He wasn't even in the picture. He wasn't even there. He's from Houston. He lived in Houston and died in Houston. So he's, you know, yeah.
That's rough.
Cool. And just for the record, like, you don't owe anyone a justification or an explanation for choices that you've made after a lifetime of complex traumas. Like, you have absolutely no reason to be guilting yourself for doing the best that you can. Like, regardless of what type of actions you're taking. And this is something that I think is really, really important when it comes to like sexual violence in particular and things that have been done to us that we didn't have control over. Like, it's something where we do what we need to do because coping mechanisms of survival are necessary. And like,
yes,
regardless of, whether it's alcohol or drugs or any other type of like self-harming behavior,
Yes.
this is something that like we basically do so that we can survive. And like, if anything, it's something that in hindsight, of course, like we can't change what's happened to us, but we can move into the future and clearly like you're doing great now. Like, at least in a sense of you're literally doing something more courageous than most people would ever do. Like, you're literally telling your
yes,
story, and that's fucking incredible.
yes.
Like, I know what it's
Kick
like to get to
ass.
this point. Seriously. I mean, and after like decades, it's so hard. It never becomes easier to do exactly what you're doing. So you need to get like, I hope that you understand how big of a deal that this is that you're doing.
And
Because it's
that's a fact because
Yeah.
even if your story touches one person, I mean,
Mhm.
I know that it touched more than that.
Oh, yeah.
That one person's other story, you know what I mean, that you gave them the courage to tell now because you told yours, Kelsey. It's like a chain reaction. I want to second also what she was saying, the other stuff as well. Great
Well, and
point.
also what
Yeah.
makes your story so important, other than all of it, of course, is that you're pointing out exactly the normality of the ways in which these violences occur and the way specifically, like, okay, if we think about the way in which his forms of, like, we could call it narcissism, we could, whatever we'd like to call it, obviously, manipulations and sexual violences. He's using, obviously, this very, like, overtly, like, public Black consciousness theoretical background to kind of overcompensate for the enormous amounts of damages and predatory behavior that he's doing behind closed doors. But also, as he grows more confident in his ability to not get called out, he's then parading you around as if you're some sort of arm candy. So
Right.
it really perfectly demonstrates like this specifically unique way in which misogynoir and misogynoir forms of sexual violence go on implicitly, explicitly, but also in taken for granted ways without question. So this is literally everything. Like, this is,
Yeah.
yeah,
And men who are sexist, womanizing, and misogynistic
yeah,
to women and
Yeah.
using like that patriarchal status to abuse it. And even in little girls who have no idea that the world or men even project or act this way in society.
yeah.
So
It's just the power
yeah, it's just
dynamic.
horrible.
Yeah. There's just so
Well,
many scenes where power dynamics like this get exploited. And
Yeah.
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 So that's kind of the whole thing here. I've created my own peace of mind, my own world. My apartment is my peace of mind now. And my cat, just me and my cat, and I think I'm the happiest I've ever been at 32. I still feel stuck. I probably will forever need help, therapy. I will never be okay. Never. I can see I still struggle. I still have random depressions. I still push people away. I'm unable to maintain relationships. As a woman, I still don't keep a boyfriend. If I do, he's either I pick them like how like that he has characteristics like my mother. Like he's abusive, he'll beat me up, or he's just extremely too old for me, or like Shaka. So it's like I'm picking out the abusers that I've had in my life. I'm picking them out, and I'm finding them in other places now, and I'm involving them into my life as if they need to be in my life. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me and why I keep doing that, but I keep doing that. I know that I've even at work, the reason why I work from home, and COVID is just not one of the reasons, but like I prefer to work from home just to because I know I'm not okay to work around other people. I feel like I have anxiety now. I can't be around a whole bunch of people unless, and I feel like I'm a victim now, and then I feel like I'm a victim to microaggressions now. But then that's a whole different thing. Kind of living in Austin here, there aren't that many Black people here, so it's been that's not even related. It's completely off topic, but emotionally I've been not okay. But I've been trying to cope and do my best to cope by keeping good energies and positive energies, and not involving people in my life at all. And just kind of like that, like, because even then it's just, yeah, I just can't. I get anxiety.
You don't owe anyone some sort of toxic positivity message. You can be exactly however you need to be to process this. Do you know what I mean? Like people tell us that like we need to be a certain way, but those people probably don't have any idea what they're talking about when it comes to processing traumas of this sort. So I think based on everything that you've described, you're killing it. Like you're absolutely killing it.
And it's like if her traumas are like totally, it's like imagine if, your mother was the person who was traumatizing you. Imagine if your stepfather or potential stepfather was the one who traumatized you.
Someone you
had
trusted,
nowhere.
Yeah,
you have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to turn to. And you're stuck. Like, oh my God, like that's why her story is like so powerful, and just if you're not touched by it, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like it's just like the fact she survived, and she's very intellectual. She's sane, she's in her right mind. It blows me away. It literally blows me away.
She's very well articulated, so it's not like she just yeah. So anybody that does not, feel some type of way after listening to her very powerful story is deflecting for one reason or another, in my opinion.
Well, and like no one should have to like prove their worthiness of living like a lifetime of traumas either.
That's facts. That's facts.
You know what I mean? And it's shit that like that would even be something that anyone would try to dismiss, like the validity of a lifetime of experiences of violence. Like that's not something that the fact that is a consideration shows numerous intersecting social problems in itself. But yeah, like it's something where I don't know. I mean, there's just so much that could be said. And I wanted to say too, like, it is important that you also recognize that because society tries to force us into like partnerships doesn't mean that we necessarily even need them. And it's not to say in like an antisocial way, but it's like there's nothing wrong with taking time for yourself, especially after processing traumas like this, and prioritizing yourself first and foremost. Because you deserve that.
She doesn't. She's basically like, I'm listening, and I'm listening deeply. Like she's saying, like, I kind of don't know how to function in relationships properly. And so many people miss that, like especially in the Black community. If you say that, like, I haven't been taught. I don't know how to function with a man. I don't know how to function with a woman. I've had abuse and trauma. People just overlook it and be like, you're an adult, get over it, just deal with it, you adapt. but literally it's the problem. If you haven't been taught, you don't know how to. If all you've been taught is dysfunction, you don't know how to.
Right.
If no one has set you down and actually taught you,
Yeah.
No, it's so
Yeah.
true.
And also, because hurt people, it's just kind of easy for me to just, if you eliminate people, you just have you.
Yeah.
And you can't, now when it comes to you, you can hurt yourself if you've been
Yeah.
hurt. But just don't do that, right? And just keep it you. And if that's, you just take it baby steps, and then you just, like, if there's one person in your life, okay, that's a good person, keep that one. Okay, here's another one, that's two people, you can keep them. And then and you can just, that's just how my life has been, like, for at this point.
I relate to that so hard.
It's baby step, it's baby steps.
Yeah.
Because if there's too many people, and you don't know how to act, and you don't know what the social norms are, I mean, you may know how to read a room, but it's like, maybe you don't. Maybe you're just illiterate. You don't know how to read a room. It's not that easy.
Kelsey, what you're saying is so profound, because like your story is like the closest thing to what slavery like kind of was. Like you haven't been taught, you've been taught, abused. Like that's what they did to slaves, abuse them. And then it's like, you're free, you can go. Like, and it's like, well, I don't know how to function. I've been a
Right.
slave my whole life. Like I've been abused, forced to breed, forced to have kids on cue when the slave plantation master told me to. What do I do? And this is why your story is so important, to show people, like, no, she actually endured modern day slavery. Like it's basically what you went through.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So my mom did call me one time. I had a place. I had a little tiny apartment in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I got a call from my mom, and this was before I moved to Texas. Right before, I just was staying there for just one semester, and I remember this guy from India. I think he wanted to marry me for like citizenship. It was just kind of really weird. And he showed me this place, and then I moved into this place. It was like rat infested. It was just awful. But I was trying to struggle. I wasn't with Shaka or with my mom trying to finish school. So school has always been for me a symbolism of my freedom. My education symbolized it was the only sense of control that I had. It was the only thing that empowered me and kept me like, this is mine. This is what I have.
Mhm.
It's the only thing that I can tell people that, I've accomplished. It feeds my brain, and my brain, like, it loves to like have things like in it. And I just, like, I love that, So I was trying to wrap the semester up and get the fuck out of there, because it was just an awful place to be. There were illegals living in closets. It was insane. But and I have friends from China. It was amazing. But anyway, I got a strange phone call from my mom, and my mom was like, "Hey, you still seeing Shaka? If you have his baby, it's okay." I woke up early in the morning.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was.
Seriously?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. I had gotten that phone call, and I'll never forget it. And my mother has a TV show. My mom, Coach Nicole, she is like a self-proclaimed celebrity fitness instructor, because she has her connections and whatnot. So, and she has her networking and all that. So, she, had to like Fox production peeps, like, as her clients and stuff like that. And just kind of making a living doing that. She's, it's her world, she's doing her thing, she treats her friends like they're gold. And when I'm in the picture, there's these people don't see the side to her I see. It's like, it's like I don't understand. Like if I had a child, it would be the reverse for me. That would be the goal. The child would be the goal to, to me, and then, it's everybody else. So, uh, I couldn't even imagine myself as a parent. I would be like, I'm not saying I'd be overprotective, but like I couldn't even imagine if I had a child, leaving my child alone with a man that I'm cheating on, and leaving her alone, like, or if I had a son, same thing, no different. I couldn't even imagine doing anything like that if I had a child. I would tell Nikki, even if it would involve me, I would be in prison. Let's just put it that way. I would do, whatever it would take to protect like if I had like my own children, like I would be extremely protective, because those pains and things like that, your child should never have to experience if this is your child. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like I don't see the logic behind that, especially but so my mother does the complete opposite. I'm not the gold here. She these her friends are her who she values. She treats them as if they are um valuable and precious. So but yeah, so she does her thing. She's successful in her business. She lies about really dumb things. She told me she was on medication. She was getting help. So, but I find it hard to believe sometimes. So, she's ill, and that's the only explanation that I have for any of her behavior at this point. I don't. It's a shame because I have to love her in a way that because it's like I can't involve her in my life much because it's like injecting some kind of poison. It's not safe. It's not healthy. It's toxic, and I have to keep her away. So it's same with Shaka. He doesn't exist in my world at all. And since I've been contacted about this whole thing, it's just been kind of rough, kind of these old wounds. But I'm willing to share because like y'all said, it's healing. It's it's a good thing. It needs these types of things need to be addressed. Someone needs to talk about it. I'm more than willing and happy to talk about it now. I just have a lot of there's a lot of damage here. It's a lot of emotional damage, but I try to cope, and I still try my best to stay sane, and I don't do drugs. I try, it's hard. It's not easy, but yeah.
Yeah. And Kelsey, just us standing in the gap for you to, to be the mother who never listened to you. I mean, everyone here can be like used as that to be, the symbolization of, a mother who never listened to you, to stand in the gap for what she didn't give you, just to lend our ears. For me to be a sister to you of what you never had, to protect you. Dr. Inky to stand in the gap to be maybe the father who you never had, who could listen and protect you. Just that energy of us surrounding you, like right now in the room. I know you can feel it because it's strong. Queen's throne to be, an
Definitely.
ear to stand in the gap of a mother you never had. We can stand in the gap for the dysfunctional parts that you didn't have to help to heal you. And you know that that's what I'm about. So if you don't have anything to say, I wanted to speak a ashe upon you in the Yoruba African language, which is power, which means power upon you. And a quote that me and Bernadette always says is, you are complete. Okay, you are complete. And we say this at the end of all ashes in the Yoruba language because we are complete. We come in life
Ashe.
complete and equipped with everything that we have. So if Dr. Inky has
Ashe.
something he wants to say, yeah.
Um, Not really. I mean, I want to say thank you to Kelsey for coming on. I want to say, yeah, thank you for sharing. I don't.
It's a pleasure. I don't mind sharing at all. It's really I don't mind at all. I've held this in for like, I don't know, 15 years.
Wow.
Like 15 years, I think. But it's happened. I can remember like it was yesterday. I remember a whole lot. It's like I said, I remember the traumatic things. It's always kind of being in a state of shock. It's and feeling stiff, like you can't move. And stuff like that. Just weird shit like that. It's almost like it's easy for you to become unemotional in a weird way. My brain it just compartmentalizes pain now, and it's just kind of like it's like almost you're desensitized even. It's yeah.
That's a part of like the programming that you've been.
Yeah, just kind of it's just fucked up. You can't really be normal or whatever.
Well, and again, that's such a normal coping mechanism that our bodies do in response to complex trauma, and it's something, I'm glad that, like you mentioned, like the complete sentiment, because like although these things have happened to us, like this is something that we are still whole. There's nothing that someone can do to you that would ever deconstruct your wholeness and your ability to be one with yourself and to contribute to the world. And this is a testament to that. Like there's nothing more powerful than doing what you've done. And I know what it's like to be telling like stories that are difficult for others to hear, and to be desensitized to doing, to talking about what you've lived, because obviously like it makes almost, in the weirdest part, which it sounds like you're speaking to, is like it's more uncomfortable for people to hear what you've lived than it is for you to tell what you've lived. Because you've lived. But that's what makes it that much more important for you to speak.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really do love it when things make sense. Because I really appreciate that when, because I yeah, thank you for helping me understand. So I mean, if y'all have any other questions about all of it or any of this, I'm ready for it. I'll
Okay.
If anybody has
Anki, could you make sure that she gets my email and our phone number behind the scenes, just in case that she needs to, reach out or anything?
Yep. Yes,
Thank you so much. Thank
Yep.
you so much.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if people can to because this is something that people will have 1,000 questions, but I think that they're gonna need to people have to digest
process.
Yeah, because it's so in order to really be able to deal with hold on for a second. Let me get over to this chair so you guys can see me.
Thanks everyone for support.
Okay.
It's been like a really rough week,
that is really contagious right now. I promise you that this rough week thing is really happening right now. Like
it's been a rough life.
Man,
it's been a rough life.
Man, but this week has been like it's whatever.
Week.
Like all of our zodiac astrology people out there, you know what I'm saying? You know what they say every time shit go, you know what I'm saying? We in a Mercury's in a retrograde. We you know what I'm saying?
Mercury retrograde.
Clearly Mercury that went into retrograde.
That's a fact.
But you know, shit, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to even smile after 3 hours of you know, because I've gotten messages during the course of this video, and people are like, you know, I had to get this in pieces. I
It
can't,
is.
you know,
Yeah, it's a full moon.
yeah, there's people that have tuned in
Mm-hmm.
and listened to maybe 20 minutes or so, and were like, you know, yeah, bro, I had to tune out because that was just so much. Because, you know, you also have to with a situation like this, it's always an uphill um because people have to really like, because this the idea of the person that they have is so vastly different from the story that, you know, of somebody like, just the whole story was like super creepy on a lot of levels. It's frustrating. Like, it's just a whole lot of different stories like within this overall story that just, you know, there's a lot of different reactions. A lot of them creepy, but you know, a lot of them worse than creepy. So, you know,
Yeah.
shout out to Zakia for constantly putting up the because this is was a triggerful conversation. If I can even make that up right now, I think I just made that up. Triggerful. This was a triggerful conversation, and you know, as much as people don't want to hear these conversations, or you know, whatever the add you know, the other side to the story is, for every one of you people that think that way, it's that you become the reason for like 1,000 other people that we need to have this conversation, because you know, we got to figure this thing out. And from my perspective, like earlier when I was asking, you know, what the, you know, like what were the names, and definitely I do want to say I totally respect and understand the need maybe not to mention every name, you know what I'm saying, because a lot of these people, and I know better than probably, you know, a lot of these people are not exactly like, you know, we see that some of these people are really like hardened criminals that did 10 and 15 years over here for, you know, three or four, you know, like there's a wild element within the consciousness, within the conscious movement. So I get it. You know, you don't want to, but the reason why I was saying, you know, is just, for me, I gotta, you know, I'm looking at the overall historical perspective and then the legacy going forward. Um, if we go back to people saying that, you know, certain religious figures, or you know, all the way down to certain, you know, people associated with Moorish or Nation of Islam, you know, just founding type of figures, all the way up to the present situation going on right now with the 6 different, you know, situations, or the 6 different stains, or 6 different pieces of evidence. You know, we know what I'm talking about. If there's something that's in the fabric of the consciousness that's being communicated generation to generation, where that keeps being revisited, for me, that's the part where I'm like, okay, well, are there certain, you know, that's where I'm like, well, is there, who are these people? Because, you know, a lot of us, you know, people try to stick up and then they deal with the backlash, and the backlash be so strong, people never want to stick up again. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that was like, Inky, they like right now, they like, Inky. You know what I'm saying? They you know, they nervous, and some of them rightfully so, depending on, you know, what their life is like. So, you know, yeah. So we really got to be mindful of, and we got to stick. You know, we got to make it known that this is just not who we are. You know, this is just not who we are. You know, and this is just not who we are. You know, so just gotta thank Kelsey for coming on and sharing her story. And
yeah, I don't mind. It's a pleasure. It really you guys are very welcoming, and yeah, Shaka, and I know I wasn't the first, and I know I'm probably not the last. So I mean, he would tell me stories about the first two girls that came along that he raised, another single parent mom, two little black girl twins. He told me he was he didn't go into detail, but I think that, you know, I'm pretty sure maybe some molestation, maybe some rape there. I'm not sure, but he told me he was involved in their lives. I remember he invited them over. They both came over. Those girls. I know there was some more teenage girls that he was talking to too. So I know it hadn't stopped. So what I want out of this is maybe if he can just be, I don't know, incarcerated or a mental institution or something like that, or a combination of both would be nice. Maybe if we could get anything or any kind of justice out of this, get him, you know, because he also has a following, so people will listen to what he says. So if he makes it okay to be a predator and to attack young girls and women out here that are single women with children out here, if he says it's okay to do that, he promotes this type of behavior, that's not okay. And that might need to be stopped. You know, that might need to be stopped. So if he could just be taken down from this kind of, from his platform, and stopped, that would be great. I think I'd really appreciate it, you know.
I know you kind of,
so
I know you kind of touched on some things earlier. Was there ever any, you know, law, like police or any?
Yeah. So when I was in school, I got involved in a work study. I was working full time and a full time. I must have been full time or part time in school. There was I was working for NYC 311's information line, and this was just before Hurricane Sandy. And yeah, so I had contacted the police because this is when he started to become physically abusive. And this is when I had my own place in Williamsburg in Brooklyn I was trying to finish up that semester. And it was also just before I came back home to Texas. I had contacted the police just for the physical abuse part because I was hurt. And they were, I know some detective or cop was trying to, once I told him who Alex Ingram was, he was like, oh my gosh, you got to tell me what he did to you. Because this guy's got a rap sheet, the cop said. You got to tell me. Tell me what he did. He's got a rap sheet. Please tell me. I got scared and I feel like shit about this. I regret this. But I didn't follow through with that. I didn't follow through. He wanted him. He wanted Shaka. He wanted him bad. So, but I did not follow through. I think I got scared. But yeah, so that was my encounter there.
Yeah. And it's like the problem with Shaka is what elders holds him accountable? Like he has no elders over him holding him accountable. He's just on the platform and it's like, okay, well, where are all the elders at who are holding you accountable? chin checking you, spiritually looking into you, making sure you are mentally equipped. It's like he's just self-governing himself. And then you're putting out information in the Black community and it's straight toxic.
Yeah, what they're doing is actually rallying up to attack me because I'm out
Okay.
here because I'm out here saying, hey, you know, something's happening with these women and children, and it's happening like, you know, it's happening like it's becoming a. My thing is this: with large groups of people, lots of different things are going to happen because certain things happen. To me, my opinion, it does not taint a particular group. You know, that's a slippery slope that we walk down. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mhm.
don't look at
Yeah, it affects everyone.
yes. I don't look at
Without
yes,
question. Yeah.
right. So I don't look at it that way, but I do. Like I said, there to me is a potential issue where, you know, like somebody brought up Dr. York earlier, you know, and he's not isolated, unfortunately, where there seems to be something in the framework of consciousness that's possibly being communicated that is, you know, like I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. So that's to me is worth investigating. So that, you know, the information, the enlightening, you know, aspect, like those things are beautiful. But if there is something that we are communicating and transmitting generation to generation, like we, you know, at some point we had to take it upon ourselves to be introspective enough and look at, you know, what it is. If there is a connection between, you know, if there's a connection between,
What is that? Can
you
you
know,
explain the ponytail? Okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
Or the horse hair. The
comedic
horse
headdress.
hair.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's really, I'm gonna be honest, there is no way to use words to describe without humor. Like there's no way for me, especially people that watch me, to say anything about without making it funny. And I'm trying my best, like not to, I'm trying to keep it in a serious space, but it's like this is a big black guy that you know, like he
Yeah,
was about
please,
sneaking up.
please
He
clown
was,
on him. Like he
no,
clown
because
on
he
him.
talked about like sneaking up on niggas and this and that. I'm like, bro, how are you like you like 6'6" with the like? Where do you like? How are you like? You can't even put a hat on top of that shit. Like, what do you like? It's so, you know, it's just, you know, it's
Yeah.
you know, it's just, you know,
Yeah, Bernadette, we may need to get some animal activist rights involved here to see if we could, give the horses back their hair that he's took.
I got you.
And yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
that's crazy. Yeah, but you know, that's if there's a connection between that though,
Yeah.
you know, like in all honesty, because I studied the Kemetic um history, I guess, if that's, yeah, I guess, because people make up all kinds of names for different things and they come up with shit. Um, like shocking, a lot of his people will have you believe that that's like that's some sort of, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why we can't accept that we got large, like, to me, this is part of the problem. The part where like we as black folks, like we want to look back on history and we want to grasp certain civilizations and go, that was us, damn it. Like we looking at like what's going on in the latest now, and we not really we kind of popping right now, but we're not really popping like we'd like to be. So we kind of like want to look back and go, ooh, look, we built the pyramids. That was us. We, you know, like when we do that though, we got to realize that it opens up doorways where people can, you know, like just come in with a certain type of energy that doesn't need to exist. Like if we're gonna tap in and say that we were the Kemetic folks, that's cool. We can also be the folks from Israel. You know what I'm saying? Those are different even time periods and some overlap. That we can be those both, you know, like when people get genetic tests done, they have you know, they show that they have genetic markers from, you know, all over the place. So it doesn't preclude us from being the Native American, you know, like there's a beef, like, are we really, were we from Native Americans, or are we from Native, you know, Kemetic? Like, nigga, can we, some of us have a little, you know what I mean? Like in the bloodline, can we have also produced Mike Tyson and Michael Jordan? Like what, why? Seriously, like this is the type of thinking that's, and to me, it is a form of, you know, I think that's where our real toxic masculinity comes in, that we got to really examine as men. You know what I'm saying? That's where our masculinity becomes toxic, where we create competition where competition shouldn't exist. Just, you know, like that's when it gets crazy. And to me, I have to assume that this is some sort of toxic authoritarian, because it goes beyond male. You know, a lot of people like to put it on patriarch, and we just got a lot of patriarchs to look at. You know what I'm saying? But women are, you know, guilty of the similar. You know, so it is. We got to look at. To me, it's worth examining these things to see if, you know, there's a narcissistic, you know, if there's a, you know, a template, so to speak, and when people step into a role, do they accept certain, you know, fuckery? I don't know what to, you know, like, is there a certain shit that comes along with a role that is people are assuming, and are people accepting certain things that they shouldn't, and then are followers accepting that maybe this, you know, maybe we gotta accept this in order to have that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's people that, you know, like ask me questions like, you don't want to see a young black man be successful and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, sure, but I mean,
I feel like your identity should have nothing to do with your character. If you have a fucked up character, if you're fucked up as a person, you can identify as a unicorn, as a Kemetic priest or a prince. That's still, if you have a fucked up character and you're fucked up as a person, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's you can identify as anything and still be fucked up as a person. Period. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. No, that's 1000% what I was getting to, and it just makes it really bad when some of these people are ambassadors of wisdom and consciousness, and then as an ambassador of certain types of information, like we're talking about Shaka, you know, and Shaka makes quite a big deal about his mom being instrumental in his education and how much, you know, science and right is information he's been entrusted with. It hurts that, you know, it hurts that whole thing when now you got to look back you know, because when we listen to this story, like some people listening to this, you guys might have tuned in later on, and then, you know, everybody that might be listening may not know I have 10 children. I'm a single dad. I raised 5 babies all by myself. You know what I'm saying? So I be disappearing in and out. You know, I have to dip out some of the interviews sometime and squash a beef somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might be in the background, like, you know, this is somebody's got my game, and, you know, it might get crazy every so often. So daddy moments. But, you know, if you heard the beginning of the show, of the video, of the I don't even know what to call this, the conversation, if you will, at best. That was the way she was pulled in. So for me, that I just need people to understand. Like, I don't want people to think like I'm taking a moment to like make this about me, but I need people to understand why, on a lot of different levels, this is personal for me in a way. Like, this personally affects me. It personally affects my life, the people that I'm trying to do, the things that I'm trying to create and build for my children going forward. Like, when an ambassador of this type of information and knowledge steps out there and he represents himself to thousands of people and says, hey, this is, you know, this is me, this is how I'm holding it down, this is what I'm carrying, I represent this and that and the other. And then it's like, you know, you put this type of thing on it. This is not something that can go away in a you know, this is something really different, you know. And this really hurts everybody. Yeah, honestly, it really hurts everybody in a larger way. Like, even and not to even minimize any part of being raped or any sexual violence, but when it's somebody that's in a position, you know, it's not the same to me. When it's John Q. Public, it's to me, it's not the same as somebody that's in a larger position, because you really, it's almost like I'm trying to examine, like we looking at Mr. Six Stains, you know, coming from Dr. York. Like I'm trying to look at this thing and see, like, is this, you know, like, is this something that's being taught and rolled out? Like once you create a paradigm, are people like stepping into this paradigm? Like, you know, like, this is what we do. You know what I'm saying? Especially if people are showing people videos of, I don't know, you know, it's crazy on so many levels. I don't know.
I mean, I could
And
speak
it's like,
to context if
and,
you want.
and it's like we're allowed to critique our leaders in the Black community. When it comes to Black people, we're asked, like, in the Black community, to fall short of it, to make it like okay, like, oh yeah, just give him a pass because he was an ex-criminal, or give him a pass because of this. And it's just like, well, if you were running to be president of the United States, they would take you through hell and back just to hold that position. So it's like we're allowed to critique our leaders and find out who they are if they're upholding good character and morals and values. So yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
so true.
fact. That's a fact. Or they'll be like, oh, you're trying to tear down this, you know,
Yeah.
Black person or whatever. You're hating, you know, it's a lot of ways, but yeah. That's
And you're
facts.
snitching. It's a good one. You're snitching. You're trying
Mm-hmm.
to get the Black man locked up. When reality shows that, because I think, like, I watched his video of him responding to the rape allegations, and he was saying like, um, oh, Black women get us locked up in large numbers, when there's no statistics behind that. Actually, white women get Black men more locked up due to them being Karens in high numbers than to
That's
Black
facts.
women actually doing it. So if you're going to actually quote statistics, um, please quote them correctly, which he doesn't do that. So yeah. Um,
That's a fact.
You know, like I said, I wanted to provide a little context too, just to like back up what everyone's saying. Like, so of course we know that accusers have been criticized for waiting decades to come forward with stories, right? Like after Me Too, especially. But the strain
yeah.
of thought is more complicated. Like when we know that 54% of rapes and sexual assaults aren't reported to the police. And that's, you know, based on a statistical average of the 5 years. It was from RAIN.org. I don't know if you're all familiar with the Rape, Abuse, Incest National
Yes, I am. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're super credible.
Oh,
So
Bernadette. Oh, I hate to cut you off. I know
oh, no,
you're in the frequent. Can you give the statistics on the rape in Black community as well?
oh,
Wait,
what? I don't have
wait.
specifically
Before
Black.
you go, before you even go deeper, because I want to ask you a surface level question that may have deeper implications, or just on these statistics alone. If we're talking about 1 out of 2 women in the community being raped, like, or rapes not going reported, like, what do, like, so when we're having all of these goofy ass conversations online about relationships, right? How many of these conversations that we're having are driven by subconscious behavioral patterns that in some form or fashion were derived from trauma, right? Like if we have so many people walking around with situations that they're carrying from childhood or maybe even adulthood that they just never disclosed, or whatever the case may be, they're carrying that shit with them. And like how much of that is bleeding into, you know, problematic relationships? Like,
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly, I had another part that I was hoping to share exactly about that. So that was
okay, yeah, let me get out of it, because that just popped in my mind. Like, you
No,
know what? This is
my
what I'm dealing with. When my mind, I'm like,
Straight
what
up.
all that shit.
Hilarious.
So there's this American sociologist by the name of Michael Kimmel, who actually in the last couple years has had allegations come out against him from one of his PhD students. So it's just another example, but he specialized in gender studies, okay? And he reminds us that men like Harvey Weinstein, Matt Lauer, Charlie Rose, Louis C.K., and apparently himself were once only boys socialized into what it means to be real men. He explained young men internalize toxic masculinity via exposure to subtle and overt messages from those closest to them. And young men are praised if they repress their feelings, act hyper competitively, and are promiscuous and become rich at all costs. But of course, we know that, like any other characteristic, gender and biological sex intersect with racial discriminations and class and ability, and the list goes on, right? So these things are, of course, going to be very uniquely intersecting with like specifically Black men or specifically white men, or any, so yeah, it's really important that we recognize the specificity of that. But I also wanted to provide a couple like really important stats that I think people don't hear anywhere near enough. The vast majority of rapists, meaning 994 out of every 1,000, will walk free and never spend a day in prison or jail. So 310 out of every 1,000 sexual assaults are reported to police. So 2 out of every 3 incidents goes unreported, to give another like kind of angle to what I mentioned before. And one aspect that complicates that is the statute of limitations, which restricts how long after an attack a victim can file charges. But unsurprisingly, even serial abusers also face little to no consequences. So when we talk about this, we need to also recognize that like the legal system itself is incredibly flawed. And whether we see that with, the acquittal of Kyle Rittenhouse and obviously racism built into the system as a feature, or the lack of criminal violence or criminalization of sexual violences, the evidence it's just endless. So these are things that we got to keep in mind. And I'm sure I'm not telling anyone anything they don't already know, but it's important that we know the stats and we're being real about the state of things, because we can't fix something if we don't see what's going on.
Thank you, Bernadette. I am complete.
Yeah, thank everyone for thank you, Dr. Inky, and everyone for letting me speak and stuff on all the rape. And I know it wasn't easy to listen to it. It wasn't easy talking about it either. It's never really easy in talking about like these things. it's it's kind of it is triggering, but I can talk about it. It does get me down a little bit, makes me sad, but I don't have a problem talking about it. It was a long time ago, but I think it's gonna continue, is because, you know. But if we can just kind of tackle just kind of these men like this, then you know, you just take them down. You know, you do the best that you can. I know the laws have changed, and it's I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, thank you so much. Like, this is everything. Regardless
Yeah.
of how, like, just devastating the criminal system is, like, you telling your story is a rich form of evidence and a rich form of knowledge, and people need to hear it.
I agree. Thank you, Bernadette.
Dr. Inky, I don't know if you have anything else you want to say. Kelsey, I'm so super duper proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
I know you speechless.
yeah, because you know,
He looks speechless.
and that's a hard thing, you know. Yeah, that's a hard thing to do. That's a tough feat to get, you know, to have me at a
Yeah.
loss for words. But I just like, it's traumatic to even be a person that's talking about these things. It's traumatic for me.
Yeah.
So much so that I had to just go like with YouTube, like you know what, YouTube ain't killing me, goddamn it. You know what I'm saying? But so it's just no way to really imagine what it's like to carry this on your soul, or to even, you know, to come out in the public with somebody, against somebody that's openly talking crazy, like making threats. I'm gonna be in the traffic and at the airport, and like, you know what I mean? Like, that takes you know, some courage and some balls, and some bravery, and some you know, some things that needs to
Some
be
ovaries.
some ovaries. There we go. Correct. Yeah, exactly. I stand corrected. Some ovaries, right? You know, to be able to some ovaric fortitude to be able to stand in the face of that kind of energy, and speak your truth. You know, I definitely was pulling the motherfucking cranking, pulling the wagons around. Like, hold up, now, wait a minute, now. We ain't letting that story go. We gonna pull the wagons around, sis, and we're gonna put the bulletproof. You know, we're gonna make sure we surround her so she can tell her story, because you know, it's a healing story for a lot of different people. I think one of the things that really affected me, that my daughter had to communicate to me about the situation with Mr. Sixteens, is that we have these archetypes, and I guess this is bringing me back around to my overall point from earlier. But we have these archetypes, and we don't associate certain things, and you know, unfortunately, we need to associate rape and stranger danger with you know, our spiritual, you know, advisor or guru or teacher, or you know, whatever we, you know, influencer, social influencer, you know, custom, what is it, celebrity, you know, or whatever the hell people passing themselves for. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never speak to the whole. That's the one thing I know about the conscious quote unquote group is that you can never put them. Like, hold on, we're not black. It's you can't really put. So yeah, you can't put a correct title. So whatever, but we have to realize that the guy with the nice jeans, or he's got the nice conversation, he looks slick, nice hairdo, nice haircut, whatever, nice jewelry, nice car, or whatever that thing is that makes that makes you look acceptable, like something you want to bring home, a subject or a person. We have to have our safety parameters up. Maybe even in
Yeah,
maybe even
absolutely.
especially.
I'm in an open and carry state, so yeah, I mean,
And then there's that.
so I mean, if anybody's got a problem with anything, so just saying.
Fair enough.
Okay, Kels. Okay,
And there's
Kels.
that. You know what I'm saying? So, but on the, we want to kind of create situations where we preventing as much as trauma as possible, because that's really the source of like continuous violence. You know what I'm saying? Not to, say that we don't need some fucking violence. Clearly we do, or the justice system wouldn't exist, right? The justice system is predicated upon having the ability to inflict violence, right? If you don't follow our rules, we can kill you. You know what I'm saying? And we'll judge you and kill you. Like, so it's backed by violence. So we know there's some sort of violent threat must be in place for savages to have something to, but whole families, man, just whole families. If we like, now here's some whole other left, jumping out the window with this one. Like, so this sometimes, I go a little, I segue a little. But so thinking about Kanye and Drake, right? I always talk about how Drake is my favorite rapper, but Kanye is more like my favorite person that's a favorite rapper. And you know what? I forgot until I watched because Will had touched me in a way. Like, I was watching the episodes of him losing the weight and all stuff, and writing this doc and what he was going through, and then I seen the King Richard, and I was like, damn, man, we forgot that Will was like one of our favorite rappers. But my point in saying that all is, we really got to change what we view as success. And we really got to put that whole family unit, and I like that King Richard, the movie, it kind of highlighted that family unit. And, even that a lot of times when we see people that are massively successful, that person is a part of somebody else's dream. You know what I'm saying? Like, Venus and Serena are part of their dad's dream. You know what I'm saying? So like we that family unit, man, that's what it always was. And somewhere along the line it became like a beef between the woman and the man. So you got matriarchy shit popping up, patriarchy shit popping up, and beef and woo. But it's always just been about the male, the female, the children, like the whole family unit. Like that's, and we put some energy just on repairing that whole unit, we're gonna prevent some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because once the trauma is there, the violence, sometimes it's no, it's no way around it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's no way around it because certain things happen, you can't take it back. You know what I'm saying? There's sometimes you can violate people and you can fix it later. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can try to make amends, you know what I mean? But there's some things that you can't make amends for. And, that can create violence. And if you're a person known for that, you know, people can be fearful of you, and that can also create violence. Maybe not even something, but just a perceived threat, because people know what you have done, you know. So, you know, we want to try to eliminate all of that and eliminate the trauma and get people into a healing, you know, a good space. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But to open carry, you know, I guess, yeah, there's that. You know.
And I just wanted to say, Dr.
Let me tell you this. Wait. Let
I
me tell you
wanted to say one thing, but
Wait.
I'll
My adopted mom, she used to call those nigga be cool sticks. So I would just let you take the floor with that. But that's what she used to call her little gun, a nigga be cool stick. And we used to be like, what do you mean by that? She's like, well, you know, if you have to, you know, that's what you want to yell out. Nigga be cool, you know. You have to give them some tranquilizer darts, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they get a little overactive. So, you know, that's how she phrased it. You know what I'm saying? She was one with words. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to tell you, like, thank you for letting us use your platform to get Kelsey's story out. We highly appreciate you, and thank you for standing in the gap and using your mantle of manhood to do the right thing and to be a healing sector in the Black community. So I wanted to say thank you, and yeah, and ashe upon you as well, power upon you as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, we learning how to do, you know, some of us, you know, we had our dads, but you know, we still figuring shit out, and you know, we just figuring shit out, you know what I'm saying? But as men, we gotta, some of this shit we gotta deal with. Like some of it are some of these things people like, you know, they rather not discuss, but with topics like this, these are the things that if we don't discuss if we don't deal with these things, they're gonna deal with us. You see what I'm saying? Like there's no way to really avoid like this type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like sis said, she was putting up these messages 2.5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So I'm apologizing that I'm just seeing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it hurts me for you to say you was on 125th, because I was on 125th. You said you was at some of the debates. I was at some of the debates. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of people that's gonna hear this story and go, "What the whole fuck? What?" And then you gotta immediately go, "Where the fuck was I?"
Right. Right.
I can say this. Me and Shaka have never really clicked, so I never was really around in them spaces with, you know, because I'm from the Bronx. Like certain shit is just like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? We just, you know, we're susceptible to plenty of fuckery, but certain shit is just like, oh yeah, we don't do that. So clearly, something's definitely, I don't know what's happening, but once that is like, oh, okay, yeah, we don't, something's going on. So that's how, and then people would say that I'm wrong for saying that. And you know what? I have to respect their opinion, but I just have to know, like, you know, like it's profiling, but in a way, you know, it's messed up when the profiling becomes true, because y'all could say, damn, Inky, you wrong for saying anybody with the, you know, that's, but then, hey, shit. What you want me to say? The nigga do it. I mean, y'all heard the shit. If y'all 4 hours into this conversation, like I am, y'all will start, bitch. Y'all gonna start. Y'all might know somebody else and be like, hey, don't you come back. Don't you come by my house. I got to watch, because now I know that. You know,
hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husbands too. Because apparently
that part
they raping everybody
up in here.
So.
I mean, it's tough, you know, deviant, you know, and not to downplay, honestly, you know, we want to add a little bit of jokes and then try to lighten it up, but not to downplay Shaka being a victim. Because if he told you a little bit, it might have been a lot more where that came. You know, it might have been. You know, people never tell everybody everything. So
But
you always,
but if he was a victim, though, in my mind, he should kind of know how it feels and wouldn't want to do that to anybody else. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
no,
exactly.
I'm not taking nothing, no blame off.
No, I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, but what I am saying is that somebody, there's a break in these situations, like where we keep looking at like the commonality of the broken home for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if he was out there vulnerable where he could get got, you see what I'm saying? Now he might become a predator, and now he's out there looking for those same signs of what he know of himself. You see what I'm saying? Like, he knew that in order for him to be taken advantage of, he was in a certain vulnerable way. Like, because every kid is not getting taken advantage of. So it's like, there's like certain things, like, you know, you're looking at these situations where it's like, okay, where you coming in, and I'm listening to sister's story with a different ear, maybe, but I'm listening to try to figure out the mindset of how she's like, okay, well, he's coming in, and then he's like, you know, first he's checking me out, then he's checking to see if I'm noticing that he's checking me out. Then he's like, you know, like, then he's like, you know, like touching himself to see if I can see he's touching himself. Like, you know, like going levels, you know what I'm saying? So it's like almost like checking to make sure that this is the safe situation for me to be who I really am, kind of thing. Like, okay, well,
yeah,
maybe if I just, you know, maybe if I start doing something with her with my feet, and then maybe, like, maybe if she blows this whole thing up, it's just that, though. I didn't really come all the way. You know what I'm saying? So it's
yes.
levels. You know, like if I get busted right here, it's only this. You know, I didn't get, you know, busted. You know what I'm saying? So the process had to escalate a long ways for, you know, so I'm just saying, like, the mindset, if we can start to work on, like, because we have to at some point go into a space with this information where we go, how do we, because we can't go back and protect Kelsey now. We cannot protect Kelsey from Shaka. This has already happened. We got to take this and go, the next Kelsey, like, how do we stop the next situation, you know, like, how do we use this in a way where it could be like a prevent, you know? So in my mind, I'm like, maybe we got to look and try to see, because it looks like it's certain people and situations that are being preyed on. You know what I'm saying? And so maybe even within the framework of consciousness, maybe there's so much of this happening because so many people are coming vulnerable in that way. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like a lot of broken people, you know, broken. It's a situation that's set up for broken people. It's like, you know, we got solutions for broken people. So it almost becomes like a perfect place for a predator to be able to sift through people and find. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're looking for broken people,
Yeah, these are opportunities to prey upon.
Like,
these
it's
are opportunities.
literally the Chinese buffet. Like,
Right.
this is the buffet of that kind of smorgasbord of broken people. You know what I mean? Where, and I think if, like, we start looking at these things and going, because people are hitting me and they're like, well, we need you to get back onto the health information. And I'm like, what do you mean back onto the health? Like, what do you mean back onto the, like, this is the health. This is the health. This is the healing information. We healing right now. Like, what do y'all, I'm like, you know, so that's why throughout most of your, you know, story.
But we all can take Kelsey's story, and you're right, Dr. Inky. We can't go back and protect Kelsey, but we can say, I am Kelsey.
Right.
I am Kelsey. Kelsey is me. I am Kelsey. We can carry her spirit everywhere we go, and remember her story and use that to be vigilant and mindful of what we see to look for to say, that girl's story made
Yeah.
me insightful to be able to watch to see these are the signs of what you look for. Because
Right.
she broke it down. Like, these are the signs of
I mean,
Yeah.
how predators prey.
as thoroughly as I've ever I've never heard no shit like this. I'm telling you, this shit is super creepy. Like, this is a lot of levels that I know
Yeah.
tonight. Like, I need to soak in the tub and shit. Like, like this is a creepy story. Like,
Yeah,
this
it makes you feel unclean. It makes you feel dirty.
very creepy
Yeah.
story. Like, the whole detail of the process. Like, oh yeah, like I don't even want to run it back. Like this, yeah, like it's just this is a very, you know what I'm saying, creepy story. So I don't think that it's possible for us to get any more in depth, like this is, I think, like literally we went so far in, we coming out the other side. Like we went through right now. Like she's taking us all the way into yeah. So So all we could do is just really thank you for that level of like, because I don't think anybody's ever gonna. Yeah, that's just You came with a whole nother.
Ain't no arguing out of this. ain't no.
Yeah.
No,
It's no way.
Yeah, this is
that's right.
yeah. All I could do is just nod my head and just say thank you to Sister Zakia for it. Because this is clear. This is That's all I can say is what she said. Yeah.
Well, and that's why it's just so important to remember that, like, people that are committing sexual violences, they don't look a certain way. Like, they are so many people, and they hide in plain sight. And it's something where basically, like, because of the fact that we know what you mentioned before, the fact that if men are preyed on, they basically never report. And who knows who's preying on them, other men or women or anyone, like. And then also just knowing, I mean, but what we do know, and that's something that does need to be addressed in an overt way, is that over 90% of reported predators are men. So, like, we need to address that.
Facts.
You can't just pretend as if that isn't a statistically important number and stat to point out, because it is. It tells us something about the way masculinity is being socialized and the ways that we need to change it so this violence doesn't happen anymore. It isn't to, like, villainize any one person who may or may not be committing the violences, but it is saying that predominantly this is a product of a masculine way of being, and usually it's because of masculinity both being self-harmful as well as harmful to everyone else. But it doesn't need to be that way. We have the full power to change that.
Powerful.
Yep.
That's a fact. Well, I'm gonna step down. Shout out to Kelsey and the support team. Ultimately, also shout out to Dr. Enki for taking the time to, showcase this today. Kelsey, keep your head up. You got a lot of people supporting you. I'm one of them. All you gotta do is reach out to me, and I'll help you any way I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Much love.
Thank you, Queen Throne. Ashe upon you, sis.
Anytime. Ashe to you as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we gave him 4 hours, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's you could shut it down, Kels. It's your floor, though. It's your floor. We here with you. If you want to share with us, then, but like I've been telling you since, I don't even know, maybe about the 40-minute mark or something like that. If you want to shut it down, take a break, do another one, part 2 tomorrow, whatever, however you know what I'm saying. So
I mean, I don't know. I opportunity to share my story and from the beginning all the way to the end. And I think I tried to be as thorough as I possibly could. You know, I answered, your questions the best that I could, and I don't think there's any more else. So I think that does it. I mean, yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. So thank y'all again. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. So
All right.
Peace to the family. Let's try to take this. Let's go into the holiday and love each other a little bit more, and remember what we do in real life is still important. Just want to say that. I think we need to hear that. Because I think that is also part of this. Is that people get to create a persona so far removed from who they actually are. Shit like this.